I'd like to call the Wolfeboro Select Board meeting of Wednesday, November 5th, 2025 at 6:30 to order. And we also have the Libby Trustees meeting tonight. And first on our agenda is any non-public tonight?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have anything.
Oh, beautiful. Perfect, I don't have to take minutes.
Okay, consideration of minutes.
Hi, excuse me. Oh, okay. I just wanted to talk for 5 minutes or less before we get into all the busy stuff.
We have public input in just a second here. Okay, consideration of minutes for October 12th, 15th rather, excuse me. Anybody have any? Other than a few grammar errors, which I'm not going to correct.
I'll make a motion to accept the October 15th, 2025 minutes as written.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public input. We're limited to 3 minutes per resident, total of 15.
Oh, I won't need that. I'm Amy. Thank you again for doing this. I really,
We have your name for the record.
my name's Amy. I go by Gingerbread Amy, if you can believe it. It's not as embarrassing as it sounds. It's actually a lot of fun.
What's her name?
Okay, so
Your name?
Gingerbread Amy. Anyway, since I've been coming to these meetings, I've been asked to contribute in ways that I'm not able to contribute. So I asked myself, how can I contribute? So I created like a master plan thing. I blame it on my elves because the design's really bad. It's really bad. But I'm going to give you each a copy. I've shown it to several dozens of people in town, and it's very well received, and many of the initiatives are super popular, including eliminating our debt by 2035. So I'm just going to pass it out. I have it on a drive, so you can add it to the minutes, and anyone who's here or watching online can download it and look at it. Again, the design is horrible. So if we're going to talk about Santa like he's real, my elves did this, okay? And I see you have building materials here. Building, who do we give the drive to? Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I very much appreciate your time.
Hey, you want some ginger?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Charlene Seibel here. I know we're going to have an opportunity to talk about the CIP during the public hearing, but I did want to, before Mr. Randall gets into all that, I wanted to read into the record an email from someone who serves on the Wolfeboro Waters Committee, Julie Brown, and thank you, Linda, for forwarding this email to me. It looks like the email was originally sent to you on October 8th, and then you forwarded it to me on the 14th, and I greatly appreciate that. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing because it includes a lot of links to studies that have to do with logging roads, but I think the preface is very important. So I'm going to start now. Quote, I'm finding mixed information. No source definitively concludes that paved roads are better than dirt roads for lake health. It's a mixed bag. Dirt roads tend to create more sediment loading while paved roads increase runoff and carry pollutants such as oils, salts, and winter sanding materials into the water. Paved roads with effective BMPs to manage oils and salts which is challenging to achieve fully, may offer some advantages over dirt, but the evidence isn't conclusive. I've attached an annotated bibliography of the articles for your reference. And then there are a number of various articles, and she's provided some important aspects to consider, such as mapping impervious cover near the lake shore, taking an inventory of dirt and gravel roads by slope, traffic, soil type. For unpaved roads that are major sediment sources, consider improving them using ESM, which is an acronym for Environmentally Sensitive Maintenance Practices. Use durable aggregate surfaces, improve road profile and drainage, install grade breaks, remove berms that block drainage, etc. These are often much cheaper than paving and effective, and this is from Penn State studies. Where paving is considered, ensure that stormwater management is included from the start. Retention/detention basins, vegetated buffers, infiltration swales, good design to slow and treat runoff before it reaches lake. Then address road salt use proactively, but I don't want to exceed my 3 minutes. But the reason I'm sharing this is because it seems to conflict with the letter that the Wolfeboro Waters Committee submitted to the Select Board. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that all the board members, Budget Committee, Select Board, and our viewing public are aware of what the information is coming from one of the members of the Wolfeboro Waters Committee. And I also received an email today from Steve Randall, and he said that paving Trask Mountain Road was...
Oh my God, that couch looks like so much fun. Yeah, I looked at it.
Hello? I'm sorry, reclaiming my time, as they say in Washington. So I was given the figure of $80,000 to pave Trask Mountain Road, and I fully believe that the actual cost will greatly exceed that estimate, especially when you figure in the required catch basins, the removal of ledge, and all the other assorted things that are recommended by the Wolfeboro Waters Committee. I would also point out that this is the original stagecoach route from Diamond's Corner to Browns Ridge Road in Ossipee, and I will conclude by saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay, is there anybody else who wants public input? Who wants to move along?
Hi, this is more just to introduce myself. Kristen O'Brien. I am new to the Taylor community. I joined in September, so I just wanted to come tonight, introduce myself to all of you. For those who may not know about the Taylor community, we are a nonprofit continuing care retirement community that has been serving seniors in the Lakes region for over 117 years, and campuses in Laconia, Meredith, but proud to say we all have the campus in Wolfeboro too. Just really happy to be here, and my position, I'm the Director of Philanthropy and Community Engagement, so I hope to do a whole lot of things with all of you and with the community, just helping to continue to make Wolfeboro a great place to live, work, and play. So thank you all for having me tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else at this point? Okay, next on our agenda is unanticipated funds. The Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, 6:30 p.m. at the Great Hall, Wolfeboro 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, for the acceptance of unanticipated funds for an amount donated that is under $10,000 in accordance with RSA 31:95-B3A relative to a donation from Yankee Peddler Realtors, the amount of $5,000 exclusively for repairs to the old Firehouse Community Center located at 32 Lana Street, and be specifically used towards repair of the fire tower roof, removal of rear stairs, replacement of heat piping following asbestos removal. Yankee Peddler here?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this afternoon, Mr. Hutchinson sent us, I think all of us, maybe you didn't get it, a note. It was to Amy and Jim. If you wouldn't mind, I'll read it.
Sure.
Okay? Said, good afternoon, Amy and Jim. Unfortunately, I got covered with poison ivy this weekend working outside, so I can't attend the meeting tonight. Would you please print the following and ask that it be read by Jim or a board member? Jim, do you want to read it?
Sure.
Thanks.
Good evening, members of the Board of Selectmen and fellow Wolfeboro residents. Tonight I am pleased to present a gift of $5,000 to the town of Wolfeboro. These funds are designated for repairs to the roof of the tower at the Wolfeboro Community Center, as well as replacement of the section of heating pipe that will be removed during the asbestos abatement. Carroll County Construction, Clifford Roofing, and Troy Glidden Heating have been briefed on the scope of work, and this continuation should fully cover the anticipated costs. I would also like to briefly update you on the overall progress. Architect Tony Fallon continues to advance our technical design work and has been coordinating with Robert Cummings, professional engineer, our code compliance consultant, and Richard Parks of WV Engineering Associates. On October 18th and 19th, a group of volunteers gathered with me at 32 Laner Street to remove invasive growth around the building. Prior to that work, MED assisted by clearing growth around the incoming power lines, and afterward the DPW provided tremendous support by removing debris and even taking care of several protruding rocks in the rear parking lot. I am grateful to both departments for their help. On October 23rd, Tony Fallon and I met with Richard Parks at the site. We reviewed the plans, inspected the building, and is now preparing the stamped engineering drawings for electrical, plumbing, and HVAC. These are necessary to secure the remaining project estimates. I estimate having all final numbers ready for presentation at the December 3rd, 2025 Select Board meeting. I thank you for your continued opportunity to collaborate on restoring this important community asset. Respectfully, Jordy Hutchinson.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion to accept the funds?
Don't you have to open the public hearing?
Public hearing?
Probably a good idea.
I think so.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing in reference to this donation. Anybody want to speak to it at this point? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Board?
Yeah, I have one concern here. What is on our notice of meeting, it says removal of rear stairs, and in his presentation, there's nothing about the removal of rear stairs. So I would like to scratch that, since it's not on his letter. And I also think that's getting into the construction phase. So I would think we're talking about the roof tower and the replacement of heating pipes following removal. And is everybody's understanding they're going to be removing some of the pipes?
They're going to be removing asbestos.
Well, it says it is a section of the heating pipe that will be removed during asbestos abatement, and that's what I'm asking. Does anybody remember? I'll go back and look, but I don't remember them talking. I know they were taking the coating off. I didn't think they were taking the pipes.
I would just reference you to the letter he submitted on October 15th regarding the $5,000, and it does identify those 3 items in that letter.
Yep, it does say the stairs.
Okay, I still would like to remove the stairs because I think that's getting into the construction phase, and it's not part of the letter he's asking us tonight, and he's not here for us to question.
Okay.
Well, he may have inadvertently left it out in the letter, but the stairs are part of the donation. He spoke to us about that at the last meeting, and it has been in earlier presentations. I would leave the stairs in. That's what the money is there for. My bigger concern is I want to see construction contracts from Carroll County Construction, from Clifford Roofing, and from Troy Glidden Heating, including all applicable insurances and licenses.
I thought that was all part of the agreement we wanted from them, that the 3 of us sat down and talked, that would include all that. That's why I wanted that off too.
In this motion, I think we should include that so that we make sure that before the construction pieces start and the stairs are removed and piping is worked on and the tower is fixed, and I assume they're going to be taking out the windows in the tower, the ones that have asbestos caulking around them as part of the asbestos abatement. So when those windows come out, that's when they'll be working on the roof. So none of this is going to happen until after probably November 22nd, because that's when we're having the abatement done. Is that correct, Jim?
I can't recall. I'm pulling that up now.
Yeah, it's November 22nd. So when you want, Dave, I can make a motion when everybody's happy with their discussion.
Well, I think that we had all agreed that there should be a document in place between his attorney and ours in reference to the scope of the work and everything else, and the numbers, which he doesn't have yet, it sounds like.
I think that those numbers and the scope of work are for the renovation of the building. This is not for the renovation of the building. This is to eliminate dangerous issues in the building at this time, which are the back stairs that we know are not safe, and it's to plug the leak on the roof, because if you've seen the curled up wood with all the water coming in, it's to stop that, and it's to get rid of the asbestos, which has been talked about since 2011.
23.
Whatever, and that should have been removed a long time ago. So this is not the construction phase, but I still think we need contracts for this work and insurances and any licenses that the contractors have to carry.
My understanding is that we, the town of Wolfeboro, is paying for the abatement,
Correct.
the replacement of the windows. That's not part of what he's
Correct.
doing here. We're taking care of all that abatement. This is, and I have no problem with the repairing of the roof. I don't see anything about removing heating pipes. It's not in here for the abatement. That's where I'm having I don't have a document that tells me that they're going to be replacement of heating pipes following abatement, that is part of what
I would assume when they abate the asbestos around that is fused to a heating pipe, they're probably going to have to cut that section of pipe out and get rid of it and throw it away. They can't leave pieces of asbestos all over the piping. So that's going to, and that is on us. The piping that has asbestos on it that's going to have to be removed however they have to remove it, the windows that are going to have to be removed however they have to remove them, and the underlayment underneath the ladies' room, bathroom floor, and the coating underneath the kitchen sink. Those are the things that are all going to be taken out. They're not scraping off the asbestos underneath the sink. The whole sink's going.
I'm looking at it at a document.
Yeah.
That's
And
what
so,
I'm looking at, and I don't see that. That's where my concern is.
So you bring up some good points, Brian. So I'm thinking that if we were going to do it, we'd have a scope of work being provided to us so that we could look at it, so we could actually know, instead of what you just said there, I suppose they'll be doing this and they'll be doing that. So we probably should have that in front of us before we decide what this and what that is going to be.
Well, I'll make a motion, and if you want to...
Before you do that?
Go ahead.
So I think we're scope creeping here. Jody wants to repair that flop on the roof. I'm comfortable that this donation is going to do that, because somewhere, and I didn't bring it with me, there was an estimate to have that
There
done.
was, yep.
Okay? And his rationale when he was standing before the community was, there's water coming in the building, I'm gonna fix the damn thing. And in fact, he told us in our private, not our private, but our meeting that we had, the three of us with him, is that was the first things first. I'm gonna assume that we're okay with taking off the klaxon horn, because that has to be done when you put a piece of plywood up there, although it's not literally said in the document. I don't have any heartburn about him removing the klaxon horn, as long as it doesn't find its way to any other place other than back into the town, so I'm okay with that. The heating pipe, I don't think that's, I think that's on us to abate the asbestos. So he's not going to do anything until that happens, and I think, Linda, you're concerned that that might be construction activity, removing heating pipe. So I would just limit it by saying we need to abate the asbestos, and whenever we're going to do that, that's what we're going to do. As it relates to the back stairs, I think I'm in the same place as Select Person Murray is, and that it strikes me that that's construction. And they're ultimately going to get removed because, as Jody has mentioned to us, they want to tear down the back stairs, put up a different wall, have an egress access on the side of the building. But that's construction. I don't see that as part of what he wants to do now and we want to let him do now, which is fix the roof and wait for us to abate the asbestos. So I'm comfortable with saying, you know, we're glad to have the money, go fix the roof, as long as, and do we need Jim or Mr. Senecal, do we need, you know, some proof that we have a insured person working on our building? Do we need any of that?
Yeah, we would.
Do we?
You want me to make a motion?
Hang on, just want, before you do it.
Yeah, so I mean, we would require a written quote first. We would ensure that that written quote provided they're an authorized vendor. We have an I-9 in place, and they have all applicable insurances as outlined by the town.
And I think we got that, but we just would want to double check on that. Okay, Brian, yep.
So
All right.
I got one more thing here. So as the community group was meeting, we had a discussion about saving the horn so we could donate that to the Clark Museum and get that squared away. So if you're gonna fix the roof, you're gonna be working around that. So you got to kind of either say you're gonna pull that off and then work around it, or what's going to happen there.
So I would, in discussions I had with Jordy, they wanted to leave the horn there.
Okay, that's fine.
It's part of the building. They're not modifying the building, they're not taking anything off of it, they're not removing anything and throwing it away. They want the horn and that system that's there to remain there. And if they have funds, make it functional again. But, so my motion would be to move to accept unanticipated funds for the amount donated that is under $10,000 in accordance with RSA 31:95B3 relative to a donation from Yankee Peddler Realtors in the amount of $5,000 exclusively for repairs to the old Firehouse Community Center located at 32 Leonard Street, and to be specifically used towards repair of the fire tower roof, removal of the rear stairs, replacement of any heating pipes that have to be removed following asbestos abatement by the town of Wolfeboro, subject to all contracts from Carroll County Construction, Clifford Roofing, Troy Glidden Heating, including all applicable insurance and licenses. Construction not to start until all those documents are in place, and after the abatement of all asbestos from the building that will be done by the town of Wolfeboro around November 22nd, 2025.
I'll second for further discussion. And the reason I'll second is that if we do this, and my issue is still those back stairs, because we're getting into construction, and I don't want to see us piecemealing down this road, which is where I have the problem. I have no problem those stairs coming out, but that to me is construction. And so I can deal with the heating pipes, because people are saying you take the asbestos off, the pipe comes out. Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the roof, but I'm just really concerned that we're getting into construction. We get 5,000 now the next time he comes in with 15, the next time. So I need to know that this board, at this point, everything else would have to come in under an agreement. And that was my intent, and that's why I will not support this, because I think we made it clear. He did come in on October 15th, and I found what Jim was and laid that out. And I will say that did, but
So
I'm just concerned about
I can add an amendment to it that says, and no further work on the building will be completed until
started
until the delivery of complete quotes, documentation, and all the requirements that the select board has put before Mr. Hutchinson. So that would mean that after this, nothing goes forward other than this piece until we get all the building plans, all the drawings, all the stamp plans,
and the written agreement.
the written
I think
agreement,
the written agreement is the big, big.
all of that. So until that comes, this will be the end.
So why are we doing this now then, if we're waiting for the written agreement? We had council give us some advice. I think we're going against the council's advice told us the process we should be following here. And I listened to my chairman who said that we're going to have all the money in the bank before we do anything. We'll have stamped engineered plans, and everything will be out in front of us before we know what we're going to do. We're going to have a contract from Linda and Paul and Brian. We're going to get a contract. He was going to sign the contract. We were going to indemnify. We were going to do everything. Everything was going to be in front of us.
Correct. This is, and he came to us with this plan 3 weeks ago and 5 weeks before that and said he wanted to have the town do their responsibility, which was get rid of the asbestos. And he wanted to keep the building from deteriorating because it is deteriorating right now. So he said to us multiple times, stairs, roof, and the piping, if it has to be replaced because we rip it out, the piping. And there was no argument about taking, I didn't hear one board member say anything about don't take down the stairs when he suggested it to us multiple times.
I think we heard from legal counsel between now and then, so the legal counsel has given us advice on the process we should be following. So I'm gonna stick with that. We don't have a plan yet.
I think the big thing is that we don't have a financial agreement stuff with them. I think that's the big thing to me right now. I think that we could put this on hold for the time being until we get that. That would be my feeling. I mean, for now, somebody could, even us, go up and top the top of the tower so water doesn't run down it quite so bad as it is. Linda?
But if we're going to take the asbestos, we're taking out the heating system if we take out the pipes. That's what's concerning me at this particular time. And it was part of the agreement that we got. I mean, when he came on, and it was October 15th, and I made sure that there was one is to move forward to finalize details of the public-private partnership to repair the community centers outlined with the donation. And that's when we made the motion that we had to have the documentation, was when those things came in. And when he came in, we didn't have any issue with the ones above. My concern now is I didn't realize if you took the asbestos off, you had to take the pipes. I'm not into construction. So we're going to take the asbestos off, and in essence, we're going to have to close the facility down because we're taking out all the heating pipes, is what I'm understanding. And I'm not somebody who understands construction, but I thought you could just take the stuff on the outside of the pipe and the pipe would stay there. So I don't understand why. That's why I question.
So the asbestos is part of the underlayment of the flooring, so you have to peel up the layers.
But this is only talking about the heating pipe.
Pipes.
Yes.
It's the
So
pipes.
in the contract proposal from the all demolition asbestos service, it's 28 linear feet of piping that they are proposing to remove as part of the asbestos abatement. So their proposal is to remove the entire pipe of that 28 linear feet and then replace it with new pipe, as he's indicated in his letter to you, is what I'm understanding at this point.
You know what, frankly, I don't have an issue, bite-sized pieces. I don't have an issue with saying, please go ahead and work on the roof. I don't have an issue with if it's 28 lineal feet and the $5,000 is going to be, and we're going to mitigate, and he's going to fund, maintaining, if it is the heating system, maintaining the heating system. I'm okay with that because that's part of the, you're going to have to do that. The only issue I had was this rear stairs thing, which sounds to me like construction. I'm comfortable with fix the roof. I'm comfortable with the town steps up and starts the asbestos mitigation. We just got to do it. And if it's 28 feet of pipe, well, it's going to be in that $5,000. That's, or whatever the donation is. The stairs is just something I think we're in the construction business, and I'm not comfortable with where we should be doing that.
How many reports did we have where the stairs were said they were not safe and they should be closed or taken down? I think we had 4 from our town that said that should be done. And now a donor is willing to put up the money forward to fix a problem that was our problem for decades. And we're going to say, no, we don't want you to do that. That's okay, if that's what you want to do.
I think
I can amend my motion and I can pull out the stairs.
I think the issue with the stairs is that we can just barricade them off. They are not the emergency exit at this time. And I would vote for your motion with that out, with all the other conditions, and that those stairs would be, I don't see why now is it critical to remove the stairs if we can just barricade the door, because it's not going to be an exit. In my understanding, we could take down all the exit signs, and then all the construction would be in that agreement, and there'd be no fuzzy, and the other two I'm absolutely fine with, and I like all the criteria of things that need to be in place.
So what goes with the stairs is the back deck. And when I was down there with Dave, I mean, there's holes in the thing. It's not even, so if you take the, I mean,
Block it off in the kitchen.
yeah, you blocked off in the kitchen, you take that off, you're looking right up into the roof, the water's coming right down through there but the fire tower's like 30 feet away, so it's a big project, the whole thing. It's not just taking the stairs off. The stairs might actually be holding the back deck up.
They might be, that's a might. According to the construction people that were there and the engineer, that's not what they say. But you might be a construction expert and an engineer, I don't know.
Would you be willing to remove the stairs?
I would be willing to remove the stairs.
Okay, so the motion is to do just take it without the stairs.
So so now we're at the horn on the fire tower. Again,
The horn isn't part of this, the horn is staying there. There's nothing in here that says they're touching the horn.
So, all right, so
So we have a motion.
He's going to reread it
Yeah.
without at the stairs.
move to approve unanticipated funds for the amount donated that is under 10,000 in accordance with RSA 31:95B3 relative to a donation from Yankee Peddler Realtors in the amount of $5,000 exclusively for the repairs of the old Firehouse Community Center located at 32 Leonard Street, and to be specifically used towards repair of the fire tower roof and replacement of any heating pipes that will be removed during the town's asbestos removal and abatement, subject to contracts from Carroll County Construction, Clifford Roofing, Troy Glidden Heating, including all applicable insurances and licenses. Work to be completed after the town has done the abatement on or after November 22nd, and no further work to occur until we have a contract agreement and with Geordie before any other construction can take place.
And I'll keep my second.
All right, you keep your second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? One opposed. Okay. Next on our agenda are temporary event permits. Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, 6:30 to consider a temporary event permit for EDC Special Events Committee. Last night, Wolfeboro to host last night Wolfeboro at various locations in town: First Congregational Church, Brewster Academy, Wolfeboro Public Library, Town Hall, Dockside on December 31st, 2025, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Permit 2025-60.
And I'll speak to that, Dave. Last night, Wolfeboro was put on by the Wolfeboro Economic Development Committee subcommittee last night, Wolfeboro, and is a family event that takes place on December 31st. The first event is right up here in the Great Hall. It's games and activities. It starts at 10 and it goes until noon. At 11 o'clock, the railroad station will open up with an escape house. At 12, at the Wolfeboro Library, there will be a magician. The marimba band will start playing at 1 o'clock over at the Congregational Church. At 2 o'clock, a juggler will be performing again up here in the Great Hall. There will be 2 sessions of bingo at Esterbrook Hall, the first one starting at 1 o'clock. There'll be free ice skating at the Pop Whalen Arena starting at 2:30. Wildlife Encounters will have a event up here at 3:30. The Carolyn Ramsey Band will be over at the First Congregational Church at 4, followed by the First Congregational Church putting on a dinner to sell. New this year, the First Congregational Church will do a family trivia event at 6:30. At 6, the annual fireworks display will take place. There is a week-long scavenger hunt, which will include clues at different local businesses. That's to help to bring people back into the business community. This will be the 9th year for Last Night Wolfeboro. The Last Night Wolfeboro Committee raises all the funds for this event from community businesses and citizens, which means that there is no cost to the taxpayer. And I want to thank all those who are sponsors to Last Night Wolfeboro for making this event possible. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be willing to answer them.
Bravo. Any questions? Okay. Next,
We got to close the public
yeah,
hearing vote.
close the hearing. Anybody else?
You need a motion?
Motion.
So move to approve a temporary event permit for the EDC Special Events Committee to host last night in Wolfeboro at various locations in town. First Congregational Church, Brewster Academy, Wolfeboro Public Library, Town Hall, and Dockside on December 31st, 2025 from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Permit number 2025-60.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next one, the Wolfboro Select Board will hold a public hearing Wednesday, November 5th, 2025 at 6:30 PM to consider temporary event permit for the Wolfboro Rotary Club to host the annual Christmas tree sale at Clark Park from November 28th to December 14th, 2025, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 233 South Main Street, permit 2025-61. Somebody here from Rotary?
Mr. Porter's online. Mr. Porter?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm Zachary Porter. I'm a board member for the Rotary Club of Wolfeboro. I'm also the chairperson for our annual Christmas tree sale. Many people are familiar with this fundraiser. We've been doing it for a long time. It's probably the thing our club's best known for. We historically have sold about 300 Christmas trees a year, with all proceeds going to local charities and post-secondary school scholarships for local graduating seniors. This year, we seek a permit to do that once again. We would begin our sale on Friday the 28th. We would operate each Friday, Saturday, and Sunday until the trees sell out, which is never more than 3 weekends. And the hours, as stated in the request, would be 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We just submitted our insurance certification or certificate to Amy this morning. We are having some issues with our portal with Rotary International. That has been submitted. We also have historically had a small wood fire for warmth for volunteers and patrons, as well as ambiance. We thought this year that that might be off the table with the prolonged burn ban. That said, with that being lifted, we do wish to seek a fire permit from the department, and we understand that that would be necessary in order to burn again this year, to have that small campfire. And we have been in touch with the Wolfboro Historical Society with regard to using the Clark House Museum complex. Thanks so much for your consideration, and I'll take any questions you have.
Any questions?
Public hearing?
Close the public hearing?
Public hearing?
Okay. Linda?
Did anybody, did you ask the public, were there anybody?
Yeah,
Okay. Would you like a motion?
sure.
I move to approve a temporary event permit for the Wolfboro Rotary Club to host the annual Christmas tree sale at Clark Park from November 28th to December 14th, 2025, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 233 South Main Street, permit 2025-61.
Second. Could we amend it slightly? He says that they sell them only on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of those 3 weeks.
So what are the dates?
So it would be from November 28th.
Okay, I'll add Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to those dates.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
So I think I've seen in the past occasionally during the weekdays, so should we allow that also?
I'm just going by what he said. He said, Zach, are you still there?
I'm still here. We are open Friday, Saturday, Sunday. However, the property would be in use 7 days a week during that time frame because, of course, the trees are set up throughout those 3 weeks.
So I'll just leave my original motion as is.
All right.
I'll second that, too.
Thank you.
You second that 3. That's the third second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, next public hearing. Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, 6:30 PM to consider a temporary event permit for the First Congregational Church, UCC of Wolfeboro, to host the longest day worship, December 22nd, 2025, from 4:15 PM to 6 PM at 233 South Mason Street, permit number 2025-62. Anybody here?
Yeah, my name is Mike Turner. I'm representing the First Congregational Church of Wolfeboro, UCC. And this is an event we've never held outside before. Usually it's within the sanctuary, but this year we would like to use the beach, Cary Beach, as a site for this worship service. And you've got the particulars on the application about time, and it probably, there'll be 10 or 15 people, but there won't be a large crowd. So I thank you for the consideration of allowing us to do this.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to this? Okay, we'll close the public hearing.
Motion?
So is anybody welcome in this event? Or is this
I
a
would assume
specific
so.
group?
Anybody is welcome? Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to issue a temporary event permit for the First Congregational Church, UCC of Wolfeboro, to host the longest night worship, December 22nd, 2025, from 4:15 PM to 6 PM. And did you say Cary Beach?
Cary Beach.
At Cary Beach, permit 202561.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is our bulk vote. This includes weekly manifests, intent to cut, property tax credit or exemptions. A through C.
Would you like a motion?
Yes.
I move to accept the bulk vote A through C.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll move on to new business. Budget requests, Northern Human Services. Somebody here for that?
Hey, there you are, you made it.
No technical difficulties, hopefully. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come tonight to talk to you about Northern Human Services. For those of you that are not familiar with us, we are a nonprofit community mental health center, and we serve the top 2/3 of New Hampshire, and we have an office located here in Wolfeboro. We offer a range of mental health services, including psychiatry, individual therapy, case management, and our ever-important 24/7 emergency services. Majority of our funding is received through insurance reimbursement, the biggest payers being Medicare and Medicaid. Unfortunately, those insurances do not cover all of our services, so we ask for town's help in helping us offset the costs for those residents that are uninsured or underinsured in Wolfeboro. In 2024, we served 172 uninsured or underinsured Wolfeboro residents. Our cost for these services was a little over $41,000. Though our cost is high, we continue to ask for level funding in the amount of $7,449. And we appreciate the support we've had in the past and hope that we have your support in the future.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Valita Saraselli.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you very,
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is approval for Abenaki Outing Club MOU for Parks and Recreation.
So Bo's going to come up and speak to you about this MOU that has been worked out with the Outing Club. A couple of items that I want you to be cognizant of while you look at this. While it's not a lease, it's an MOU regarding agreement with the town. I think it's a very slippery slope. with this document where there's no term, and I think we should have a term to this, and I do not think it should exceed 5 years, given RSA 4111A, which you as the Board of Selectmen are allowed to, as you were given authority to by the voters, to enter into agreements for up to 5 years. So I think it's prudent that you consider a term no longer than 5 years, and obviously the addition of a signature page. Bo can speak to you to the content of the agreement.
Good evening, Bo Betts, Wolfeboro Parks and Recreation. I just want to speak briefly about why I support the MOU with the Abenaki Outing Club. The town and AOC, Abenaki Outing Club, have a long-standing partnership providing affordable winter recreation for local youth. This MOU continues and strengthens that relationship. The Outing Club helps make skiing accessible by subsidizing program costs for families who need support. That supports our shared mission of keeping recreation affordable in Wolfeboro. We've seen significant investments in the ski area over the past few years by both the town and community partners. This agreement helps ensure those facilities are used fully and benefit as many local families as possible. The MOU also provides clear expectations for communication, scheduling, snowmaking planning, and operational coordination. That clarity helps both sides work more efficiently and avoid conflicts. The Outing Club programs follow recognized training and safety standards, and the town continues to oversee the operations of the ski area itself. Each partner plays to their strengths while working toward the same goal. Ultimately, this MOU supports our mission to provide safe, affordable winter recreation and expand opportunities for local youth. I believe it strengthens our partnership and benefits our community as well. I'm here to answer any questions, and Scott Martineau is also here as well.
Brian?
So I just have a few things. One, I'd like to know who drafted it, if we could find out who actually drafted this document, so we would know.
Scott Martino, I'm the executive director of the Outing Club, and I think the drafting of this document really started off with you and Linda initially, and some edits from us, input from Jim, and some most recent input from Paul.
Okay.
That's how the document came together. I feel like it, and I'd like to echo what Bo said. I think this really does strengthen our partnership, gives us clarity on how we move forward together to continue to provide services and recreation for local youth.
So I have one more question.
Yes.
When there are times when you practice with other teams, correct? In the area?
There are times when other teams train there, but not at the same time that we do. So.
Okay. And the other teams that train here, how do they pay to use the facility?
They will enter into an agreement with the Outing Club, and with Bo, we will figure out a revenue sharing plan for that. So for instance, Waterville Valley, BBTS is the name of the team. They come and train on Wednesday nights.
Okay.
And in return for them training, they pay us to provide the safety netting, the lane space, the gates, and a coach.
Yeah.
And then they purchase season tickets or season passes in order to be on the mountain, and that's how we compensate the town in that instance.
Okay. Should that be in this agreement?
Well, we could put it in there if the town felt it was necessary, sure. I mean, I think we'd want to be more generic about who it is, but yes.
Correct. Not just them specifically,
Exactly.
but something to do with if there's a sharing agreement with another team or something like that,
Sure.
how it all plays out.
We no problem with that at all.
Okay. And I agree, Jim, that it should be 5 years. And if the board agrees with me, I think that we should just bump it by our legal counsel just to make sure that there's nothing else that has been missed.
Absolutely.
That's all.
I have a question on number 7. You're going to let us know by June 30th. Back Bay Hockey does not have their tournament schedules until September or October. And then at the bottom of it says that you will do the town will develop a parking plan, and the skiing and hockey will both pay. But do we have an agreement with Back Bay Hockey, the Hockey Association, to pay?
I can't answer that question.
I'm looking down there.
Look at Bo.
I don't believe there is any agreement with Back Bay Youth Hockey. With number 7, it is always challenging scheduling both facilities. We try our best to work around it. In a perfect world, it would work for both groups. We have had conflicts in the past. The last year or two, we've been lucky enough not to have any conflicting tournaments with hockey and ski races. In that case, with the races, we always offer a shuttle. We have used the Nick in the past. We may have to change our plans with the construction going on over there, but it is always a work in progress.
We're talking about splitting costs, and we're going to sign an agreement saying it's going to be split, yet we don't have the agreement with the other entity. So I have concerns about how that's written and what we need to do that. I've been there. I've had to take the plan when I've been watching a hockey game. And we have a timing issue. You know, June 30th, they don't know until September or October. So I think we need to work on that paragraph.
Okay.
And then there was paragraph 10, and this is getting into if the weather is favorable, that the Hill will open the first week in December each year. And I want to know if you are planning, and once that open, and it's for the Abenaki Outing Club, whether the public will also have skiing during that week.
Yeah.
So I think in there needs to be reference, it's open for you and for the public. That needs to go in this area. And I'm assuming in here, you're saying the 80% revenues will be allocated to the town, and what is the rationale for the 20% for the Abenaki Outing Club?
The rationale on the sharing agreement? We provide all of the safety fencing, we insure for those events, and we provide personnel for those events.
This is just opening it for the 1 week. I understand the other one. This is for, it says, in addition, to support the financial viability of the operation of Abenaki Skill Hill in December, the Abenaki Outing Club will work to support early season hill rental by other teams, in which 80% of the rental revenue will be allocated to the town. Is that what Brian was talking about?
No, that's specifically addressing early season in that paragraph.
And just that week?
That's correct. If it was open earlier and we could rent it to other teams, we would take 20% and provide 8% to the town.
But if you didn't rent it to other teams, that you would pay for everything?
When we are
you would have no revenue coming in, you would be paying out, there'd be no revenue coming in to you for that week.
Well, so that would be renting in addition to what we currently rent. So for instance, if we're renting on Monday nights, we pay 100% of the cost of that rental on Monday nights. If we were to rent out on a Wednesday night to another team where we're not renting the hill, in that case, we would rent it out. 20% would come to the club for arranging that event, and 80% would go to the town for that rental.
And so if you didn't rent to anybody, you'd pay for the full week?
No, it would be open to the public, so we wouldn't be paying for time where it's open to the public.
Okay, so then this is the first week. That means that the town would have to budget for that, and we don't have anything in our budget for an extra week. We have starting the second week, but if there's this extra week, the first week it's going to open, and you're only going to pay for, we're going to have staff, you're only going to pay for the days that you're using, and the rest of the time it's going to be open to the public. That is a cost onto the town, if I understand this paragraph on what it's attempting to say. And I think we're going to have to work on that.
Sure.
I think that's the only one.
Yeah, I mean, there's never a guarantee we can rent something out, but we would try to do so if that space was available.
I'm just worried about the money that the town would have to pay for our budget. That's the only thing I'm getting at. And I think I'm okay with everything else. And there's no commitment for us to put up any you would like us to put up the running wires and construction timing building at the bases. We need to support the infrastructure plan and resources and consulting as needed. Does that have a cost to it? You're going to pay for the wire itself.
Well, in that instance, if we were to come to the town with a proposal to add infrastructure to the facility, we would come with that proposal, raise the necessary funds to put that up, and it would end up being donated to the town once the building is completed. So
Okay,
there would not be or any intention that the town would be involved with paying for any of that infrastructure.
Well, it says the town commits to supporting the infrastructure plan and resources. And you're just talking about providing consulting time. You'll pay all
Right,
the
if
costs.
we- if
There's
we
no
were to-
cost to the town on that one.
Yeah, exactly. It would
Okay.
be us coming to this board with a proposal to add infrastructure and just asking for an audience to present that plan and consider it.
Okay, that's all, the only ones I have.
Right.
So I have a question. So, Bo, what's the rental rate for the day again?
It's 130
Okay, so
an hour. Yeah.
so the other group that would combine with them would be paying 20% of $130.
No.
No.
The other group that would combine with us would pay the entire rental fee, 130, in which, well, actually, we'd end up raising that rate to 150, and we would take 20% of that 150, 80% of it would go to the town.
Okay, so I don't mind signing an agreement or moving something forward. I think 5 years is a little too long. I would do a 2-year agreement, and then you could renegotiate after 2 years. I mean, 5 years is a long time. Stuff happens in 5 years, so 2 years would be something that I'd be okay with.
Yeah, and from an outing club standpoint, the term on it makes perfect sense, and reviewing it periodically, whatever period the town wants is fine with us.
Paul?
Whatever.
You have something?
No, I'm just saying whatever. The crux of the document, getting your little helicopter and fly over this, this is a best efforts relationship. Mm-hmm. There's no contractual terms here where we're going to just claw at each other. I like the punctuation by our colleagues. If the term needs to be 3 or 2 or whatever, whatever. Yeah. Whatever. I think that's. I'm not trying to be cavalier about it, but.
So maybe what we should do is we take and we push this down to our town council to make sure they see nothing else, right, with suggestions from Linda and myself that we'll forward to Bo to add into it, and they can bring it back to us.
And to term, if John wants term, what's a reasonable term? That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I just want to thank the Outing Club for what they do.
Absolutely.
I went over there and the place is just packed, and there are those learning downhill and those learning cross country, and it's an important, you're an important club in our community for a lot of young kids, and thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the same space. This is the first time I met with this gentleman and the other people, and following that was another discussion about what's going on out there. That is a great asset for this town, and we all want to do what is right, and that's principally, I think, what I'm hearing here. So we'll get some inputs to you, Bo. We'll get them into our lawyer, and we'll get something back to you. Is that the way it works, Jim?
Yep. So for benefit, I think the Outing Club gives people who don't have the funds the abilities also to get to that mountain. So I think that's a big part of community involvement, and kudos to that group for making that happen.
Yeah, last year our scholarship amount that we gave away for community members was about $15,000. So it was a reasonable amount of scholarship that was given. And we're on track again to match that number again this year. And we'll probably, last year we were at about 165 community participants, and we're heading close to 175 this year. So we're pretty happy with the growth that we've had. So, and we thank the town for that.
And I think I think the board likes the agreement. I think it's a good agreement.
I agree.
And it's something that when there's a new board and there's new people running in AOC, we just need to make sure that it's smooth.
I agree.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Makes sense.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
So just so that we don't let it wander, we're okay with trying to get all this buttoned up by the next meeting? Would that be an unreasonable ask?
I think we should try.
Okay, let's try to do that.
Yeah,
I think that's.
for us, I think, Bo's been very forthcoming with all of the rate changes and so forth, and we've built that into our budget, but, we would like to have our contract signed. It's just something that makes us feel a little more confident in everything, so.
Yep.
And out of this will fall a contract, so the sooner this gets done, the better.
Yep, well,
Thank you.
yep,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
yep.
Next on our agenda is approval for Huggins Hospital Salt MOU, Public Works Department.
So this is an annual agreement that comes in front of you for signature. It allows for Huggins Hospital to be able to store salt at our Public Works facility, and we sell the salt to them with an increase, I believe it is, of 15% per ton for transport, storage, and hauling. This has worked out, I believe, for 4 years now. It's been excellent for both parties, and we did have a discussion about wanting to get into a larger term, but until we actually get something complete regarding a BMP off of South Main Street, we decided to continue with the one-year project, and we're in front of you again for a one-year project.
I think it's been a great project, and the fact that it gets the storage of salt further away from Crescent Lake, I think is very important.
Question? Dave? I wasn't here when you signed it, so I agree with Linda, but is there an annual, semi-annual, is there some way in which, and maybe it's embedded in here, that we're just making sure that we don't have any migration of salt water? Is there any way we're monitoring that?
From the highway garage where it's being stored?
Yep.
I'm not sure what they have in place up there. We do have, it's all in the same storage facility. It's accounted for when they take the product. So I can't tell you. I can have Steve provide a response to you.
It's not going to get in the way of my judgment. I just want to, we're storing stuff that's naturally nasty. I just want to understand whether we have monitoring capabilities inside of our own facilities to make sure we're not letting that stuff migrate. Okay.
So I was actually thinking about Huggins Hospital area and wondering if they have a mitigation system for their drainage system before it goes into Crescent Lake, actually, to tell you the truth.
I think we'd have to go back to the plans of the additions and stuff and see whether the planning board saw it and required it.
Those are plans that were done in 2016, 17, somewhere back then, but that's not this.
No, I get that. I'm just saying
it's not this.
It's
okay.
John, were you on the board at that time when they came through with that plan? Do you remember if
I was.
if there was something? You were on the board?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Do you guys remember if there was something in place?
I think there was. I think there was an ask for some type of an annual, semi-annual review, discussion, disclosure of what was going on. And I think following that, there was, well, I'll just park it there. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think the planning board actually did a good job back then.
I don't know as if actually they do testing and because there's actually, a little bit more non-toxic aspects of salt varieties that can be used. So, sure. I mean, we're just using straight rock salt. That's what we buy. Okay. So I don't know what the testing mechanism is or their cleaning process, to tell you the truth, because they've done a couple different projects between now and then.
Yeah. Do you need a motion on this, Jim?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to approve the memorandum. Oh, does anybody else want to speak to it, Linda? Anybody?
Fine.
Move to approve the memorandum of understanding made between and entered into by the town of Wolfeboro, hereinafter referred to as the Town and Huggins Hospital, as term October 31, 2025 to October 30th, 2026, for the purpose of storing salt.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next on our agenda is update of town water supply shortage.
Okay, if you recall, the last meeting, you as the board went through and did a declaration of water shortage
Okay.
in the community based on the reservoir. The little bit of rain that we've had over the past couple of weeks, or the past week rather, has not had a positive impact on the reservoir. The water department has put together this chart that shows you in August, the reservoir was 10 inches low from a full pond. Today, it is 38 inches below a full pond, and the water intake is at 72 inches down from a full pond. So this is your update. We are not gaining at this point. We'll give you another update at the next board meeting. As we indicated, we would do this on a weekly basis, at each meeting, to provide the community a status report as to where we're at. And at this point, we aren't gaining any ground.
So do we know what the bump is on 11, between 10:30 and 11:01?
You had rain.
Do we know how much rain that was?
I don't, John. I got this information today, and I was not able to correlate it with any weather events that have taken place.
So I'm just trying to do the math. So if we could say that we get an inch of rain, we're increasing our bump a little bit in our elevation. So we're trying to hope for a certain amount of rain because we can predict it, rather than going in the other direction, because going the other direction, we can say that we're going in the minus. So it's like, so we have to be able to chart our course to say, if we don't get this much rain, we know we'll be down at this level.
And I think also would play an effect the amount of snow and the snow amount we have, because where should we be when we come into the spring and the summer, because that's where we're going to run in when we get the bigger.
That's the big question.
Yeah, and whether there's any way we can calculate that or what we should be looking for, then that would be helpful. They may have it.
I agree with Linda's comment. I mean, that's the time when we grab the klaxon horn down there at the fire station and make it work, because if we get to a defined point in the springtime where we're nowhere near where we need to be, we're going to have to jump shift into some other strategy.
Yeah, but if we get ice and we get a thickness, we're going to be, I mean, you got to.
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to lose it there also, because that's going to go down on our gate.
Yeah, and what I will do, John, I think it's a reasonable thing to put together. I'm going to assume that the department has more historical records. It would be good to have a year-over-year breakdown. Obviously, this is a 3-month breakdown, but we should be able to do this size of a chart over a 12-month period to see where it's been for a couple years, if they have those data points. So I'll ask if that can be put together so we can have an idea of, if we get this much snowfall, this is what it correlates to an increase in the pond level.
Good. Thank you, Jim.
Any other questions? No?
Depends on the kind of snow.
Okay, discussion capital improvements plan.
So I'm going to go up to the podium with Steve, and we'll go through this. Sitting here, looking back at the screen, I know that it tends to cut out from the microphone. So if I'm up there, I can look at the microphone or speak into the microphone and look at the board.
this.
Good evening. I'm Steve Webster, Vice Chair of the Planning Board and Chair of the Capital Improvements Committee. We had great meetings this year. We had 8 meetings during August and September, bright and early Monday mornings. It was exciting to go over to the Abenaki. We had good attendance, a real seasoned crew, and I think it went very well. Jim's going to talk about the grading program that we did. We've worked on that a couple of years now, and it's really great. The program is now up online, so anyone can see the whole presentation, and looks great. I'd like to thank the crew, and especially Leanne. Leanne did a great job of doing the minutes and keeping us on track. So, Jim, you want to take it over?
Thanks, Steve. So last evening, the planning board approved this document. This morning, the full 155 pages of the document, including all the backup, was placed on the webpage. So anybody that wants to look at this in-depth, incomplete, you can go to the town webpage. It's under news and announcements right now, and then it's also under the Capital Improvement Planning Committee page. So the committee's made up of Steve Webster, who just spoke, ran some excellent meetings this year as a planning board representative. Kathy Barnard was a planning board representative. Linda Murray was your select board rep. Bob Lohman, budget committee rep, who's here this evening. Kristen Burke, representative from the school district. We had Tim Cronin, Paul Whalen, Chuck Sumner, and Suzanne Ryan as members at large. Brian Deshays as select board alternate. Leanne Hendrickson as recording secretary, and myself as part of the committee putting the document together. So the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, this is authorized under state statute as part of the master plan that was adopted by the town in 2019. Statutorily, we're required to review projects over at least a 6-year period. We tend to go 10 years. A couple of departments go out beyond 10 years. But the document that you have in front of you and that's on the webpage indicates a 10-year period. The purpose and descriptions of this is to classify projects according to urgency. I think we did a better job this year at classifying urgency, and we'll get into that a little bit later. Recommendation time sequencing for implementation of projects, that was taken under consideration. Project costs and operating impacts or revenues, if any, were discussed. Sources of funding, whether it's grant, whether it is general fund, electric fund, water fund, sewer fund, Pop Whalen, any other state revolving funds, et cetera, taken into consideration in the submission by departments. And it takes into account, the entire program takes into account the need for public facilities for prospective development that could occur throughout town. Preparation of this includes select board. As you recall, you drafted a set of guidelines for this. Budget committee will have this at their disposal as they do their deliberations regarding warrant articles, and the representative from the budget committee traditionally gives a report at each budget committee meeting. School district is represented, and the members at large from the community are in the process. The committee study each proposal, make recommendations to department heads based on capital improvement program preparation. So this was all done over about an 8-week period and comes to a culmination of the 155-page document that's fully on the webpage. So in early June, you as the Board of Selectmen established a set of guidelines that went off to the planning board for consideration. That's in front of you. You may recall you also discussed requesting that long-range planning be initiated in the CIP for 2026 for improved or increased parking in the downtown. We discussed that some. We discussed engineering. We discussed the project in the future year. But before we do any of that, we've got to do a determination of what is actually needed for parking. This document to the left is the second page of submission by the department heads. It has the funding mechanism, different areas where the funding will come from. And then it has a midway down the page, project scoring page. This is where the department scores the projects. This is where I score the projects. The bottom of the page is where the department head signs off. At the bottom of the page is where I sign off, so that it can go to the CIP committee. One of the changes that took place this year, which is in page 5 of your document, the final document, previously the CIP committee members really never had an opportunity to score the projects in a way that the department heads or I did. So we went through the entire project list. At the end of that, they received a document, and those documents, which we'll get to in just a second, outline how they score. So it gave them a better way to score the projects. Obviously, when the department head is scoring the document, they're scoring it against their own projects, whereas when I'm scoring it more against the overall view of all projects, and obviously that's what the committee is doing as well, is looking at all projects to try and strategically place them on the plan. So these are the documents which were sent out to the committee members at the end of the presentations by department heads after they were asked questions by the committees. And they went through and they scored. The Board of Select representative has traditionally never weighed in on any of the projects. They're there for observation purposes, so they tend not to vote. So we took and we ran an average across, come up with the average score, and tallied the total, which gave us the ability to score the project independently, and then it was put into a spreadsheet to see what project scored the highest, which project scored the lowest, and got put onto the spreadsheet that way. And then the second spreadsheet below that weighed out the urgency, the necessity, desirability, deferrable, premature, inconsistent, and the total of votes by the membership for each of those. And then it also gave them the opportunity to weigh in on the year of the project, if it should be moved out, moved in, based on their observations. From that point, everything was taken and put onto this master spreadsheet for the projects that went forward. We weighed 3 years worth of projects and all bonded projects. And the way that we came to conclusion was, this is a capital improvement committee document. It's not a department head document. It's not a town manager's document. It's a CIP committee's document. Therefore, we took their averages, we took their recommended years, and we took their priorities and used those to put the projects in order of highest scoring to lowest scoring by year, by necessity, and it seemed to work. We took that data and we moved it into the narrative, which you'll see on page 9 of the project summaries. So for example, the fire ambulance project received a score of 21.6. You can see that The fire chief and I both weighed this at a 25, and it seemed to work. So we put it into the narrative, and we put it as necessary along with the narrative. So that seemed to work well this year. We definitely made improvements from last year's program. So this is the list of projects at this time that are proposed for 2026 under the CIP. Purchase of an ambulance, $643,000. Replacement of a public works vehicle, $270,000. Mind you, significant amount of that is through grant funding. Town road upgrades, $900,000. Radio replacement, that's a capital reserve appropriation, which you've made in 2025. So that is a project that will be crossed off as complete. Library parking lot, $160,000. Water treatment plant upgrades, $100,000. Orchard pole replacement, $450,000. As denoted on the bottom, sources yet to be determined, but it's most likely going to be paid for by the homeowners association for that project. Sewer pump station upgrades, $100,000. Crescent Lake Ave upgrades, which is a hybrid project of water and Department of Public Works roads, and then community center engineering. This was actually one of the hot button issues in some of our last deliberations about engineering costs. When we critique the process, I believe it's in November 17th, this will be an area of conversation to capture a better way of accounting for engineering costs in projects which are in advance of the capital projects that come forward. Then attached to this is a series of spreadsheets, lays out the existing debt schedule for all funds. The good news right now is our debt service is beginning to fall off. This year, our general fund debt service, I believe, is falling off $171,000. I think next year it's another $150,000. So we're following the right direction at this time. Once we bond something, though, it's going to go back up. This is a proposal of where the debt would land on the year of the vote. So it's indicated the year of the vote, and that debt service payment would start the following year. Everything was based on a 20-year note, and I believe it was I can't read that, 3.5% interest rate with level payments. Electric fund, same thing, projects forecasted out, bonding of the projects, existing debt service versus proposed debt service. Same thing with the water fund. Right now, it looks like we are all set with bonding for a period of time, so we're in good shape there. The sewer fund, obviously, we got some projects coming on here. Mill Street Pump Station is one that is authorized. We are anticipating the debt service for that to hit us in 2027 at the earliest. It could be 2028. We're unsure yet. South Main sewer line, there's been discussion about that, whether or not we're going to be able to secure grant funding, state revolving loan funds for that, or if we're going to have to tackle it ourselves as a bonded project for the town. And then right now is really a placeholder in 2031 is the wastewater treatment plant. As you're aware, you as the board authorized our engineering firm to go forward and give us a report as to do we continue with the existing plant with incremental upgrades, or do we build a whole new plant? So that's really a placeholder at this point until we get more information. Pop Whalen, their debt schedule. And then there's further documents relative to planning of the capital reserve funds and expenditures, ins and outs. to ensure that they're solvent or not. Some of these need work over the next couple of years to ensure they're solvent going forward. There's a lot of work represented on these documents. With that said, again, I'd like to thank Steve for running some excellent meetings. We got a lot of work accomplished. We made some organizational improvements, I think, this year in the process, and I think when we meet on the 17th, I think we'll identify some other things that we can do to improve this process. So if you as the board or the people in the community see something that you'd like to see to improve this process, please let me know. With that said, I can try to answer any questions for you in conjunction with Steve.
Yeah, I have a question about the $250,000 for the community center engineering. My understanding that was moved to 2027. I looked at the minutes of the September 29th meeting, and there was no motion to put that in the projects for 2026. I received on 10/1/2025 the final draft, and on that presentation there was no community center engineering for $250,000. So I'm questioning when that vote came to put that in that list.
Steve, was that discussed at the last round? I thought it was, and you might be right about the 2027 versus the 2026. I just went by the notes that were edited and added in. Steve, can you help me out on this?
I believe Bob Lohman made the motion to do that.
He did.
Didn't you make that motion, Bob?
He did. Yep. Good catch.
You need to amend that.
Thank you. And you'll note that to the planning board. Thank you.
Jim? Mr. Chairman?
Paul?
Thank you, and Steve, thanks for what you all did, everybody who did it. Just a piece of advice. Anytime, and then I'll use the page that says CIP existing debt schedule, just as my first example. Anytime you reference a schedule, could you do me a favor or do us a favor, do the public a favor, and cite back to the source? You know, where did this come from? You know, it should be coming right off the audit, but just cite back to the source. If somebody wants to say, well, where did you come up with the number 24,806,022? They can go back and find it in the audit or someplace, some authoritative source that you can use as a citation for your data. Prospective numbers, you know, looking out into the future, 2028, what the bond could, might, should be on a project, that's your best guess. But if we're looking at schedules of debt, it would be helpful, at least for me, that I could go back to a page in that book right there and find it, or some derivative of that book. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you.
Okay.
So, duly noted, error in 2027. Duly noted about citing
Just cite your source.
where it comes from.
Yeah.
If the debt schedule is in the audit report, I'd really like to see it because
Well,
I'm
if
not
it's not,
familiar of it there.
Yeah, wherever it is.
So we have a spreadsheet that lays out the debt schedule. So I'm not sure how we quantify that other than it's a running document that we have for the town. I guess the best way to do that is to publish it on the website and from that point use that as the source.
Yep. Yep.
So I think the library parking lot is a discussion item. I think when we looked at that on the Waters Committee, and we didn't come up with a conclusive determination that it was a necessity, and we were still lacking information from the engineers. I think what we did is we asked Jim to go back to the original engineers of this project and come up with a determination whether or not the parking lot drainage was built to the design of the engineer. And we were going to wait and see what the engineer had for information on that. And then I think what we were going to wait for is some information on some grades, topography, because in all respects, this is kind of a wish list. It's not really a necessity. There is functionality of the parking lot. Yes, there are an instance where something isn't quite right, but to put it at the 160 level and for us to be teeing this up this year might not be the best thing. I mean, if we want to tee up a smaller amount and do our engineering investigation, I'd be for that. But this number to redo the parking lot and all this other stuff hasn't really been proven to be true yet.
Yeah, this went in, it was a submittal from the library trustees. This is a plan. I expect what you're saying. When we look at this on whether we were going to put it out a warrant article, I think what you're saying will help us decide the fate of this as a warrant article.
Yeah, and this Jim actually provided us, and maybe we just haven't had a chance to cruise through it, this document, Select Board Final Budget. And I think what he did.
Yep, he did.
To answer, I think, your question or your concern, John, is he handicapped things based upon TM means you, right? The TM down there, sets them 1, 2, 3s, and 4s. And so you can look down the list, and that's, I don't know whether, you can look down the grocery list, wish grocery list. And yeah, when we get a chance to talk about the warrants, we should look at the 1s and the 2s and the 3s and the 4s and decide which ones we're going to do.
And I think your comments are well placed.
Yeah. And the other thing which was nice is his 1s are $3 million. That's a lot. Priority 1s. And then, so yeah, it's good. And I think the comments are well placed. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, John. And just remember, this is a guidance document. It is not a set in stone document. A lot of these projects are still, frankly, a little bit premature. They haven't identified those as that. But at the end of the day, this is one that I think is still a little premature based on what has occurred with those conversations, to which some of the CIP committee's members may not be privy to all the intricacies of those conversations. As well, they're looking at trying to spread out that growth over a number of years. And I'll tell you what, they've done a much better job this year than what they have in previous years.
What do you think changed, Jim?
I think it was the scoring
methodology?
matrices that they were using. They were actually sitting there going through these documents at the end, scoring them, and I think that was a big help, and it'll get better next year.
So I can put it in lay terms quickly. 20 projects that were put out by the CIP for this year. Out of the 20 projects, the library parking lot is one of the bottom 3. So the chances of us getting to it is going to be very difficult.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I ask, how do you, I look at our municipal electric department, and how do you, and maybe I think you did that by just, they're carved out. I mean, here's an organization that generates a plus every year, has a nice fund balance to fund his capital, and he stands up and has to prioritize that in front of the planning board, and that stands, the MED stands by itself when you score this. Is that how it works, Jim?
Yeah, so we did break these out by fund. That's one thing that I did not note. So let me just back up.
I'm not asking you to do
No,
it.
it's a very fair
Just beg the
question.
question is, how do you get these funds that are like MED, which is just,
So
leave them alone?
the sheet's broken out: general fund, water fund, electric fund, which
Yeah.
Barry has done a really nice job at going out. I think he's 12 years out with his capital projects. Sewer fund, and then the other one that we've been doing for the past couple years is multi-fund projects. We broke those out independently so that they were each scored against the same pot of money.
I was just wondering, I mean, it's a terrible thing to say he shouldn't compete, but he stands alone. I mean, MED stands by itself as a really well-functioning entity. Then the other, well, I won't talk about the citations because you ran the debt for all these other funds. It's just the citation. That's all. Where it came from. That's all.
Yeah, I think the other thing we need to realize about the electric fund, it has the most number of people on it. It is a large fund. Two, we have a consultant who helps us with putting our pricing together, which is a tremendous, but the problem with our water and sewer funds are their size, and they have nothing to compete with what we have in our electric. So I think that is part that helps the difference in the enterprise funds. I think there's under 1,000 in the sewer.
There is a big difference.
Okay. Don?
Thank you for your consideration.
Great job,
We'll
Steve.
keep working on it.
Yep.
We have the meeting the 17th. If you have any great ideas, thank you for Brian and Linda for sitting with us. It's a
Thanks for what you're
Good
doing
group.
with the NIC.
Yep.
good, strong group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next on our, yes. It's not a public hearing. I don't believe so.
That's at was it at the budget committee? I mean, at the planning board it is. Isn't the planning board the one that holds a public hearing?
Come to the microphone. Just so that at least you can be heard with your question.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood the notice that was posted on the website today. I thought that it indicated that tonight was going to be a presentation to the Budget Committee and Board of Select Board, and I thought that that was going to be the public hearing for those two boards. Is that incorrect? Because I was told by the Planning Board that the questions I asked last night after Mr. Randall and others had left could be answered tonight. So I'm just wanting to get some clarification specifically on the proposed $900,000 town road upgrade.
The public comment didn't come up last night, so.
Yeah, there was a problem. There was a inadvertent forgetting to open it up for public comment at the hearing last night. So I was hoping that that could be ameliorated tonight by.
I'm comfortable listening to public input tonight. I don't know how other board members are.
No objection.
No objection.
Public input, right? Public input?
Yeah.
Public input.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll be brief. One of the questions I asked last night.
Please state your name again.
Oh, sorry, Charlene Seibel, my bad.
Thank you.
One of the questions I asked last night was whether the proposed paving of Trask Mountain Road was part of the $900,000. And one of the planning board members, I think it was Peter Goodwin, said that, well, this was supposed to be from 2025, I think, to 2035. And I was questioning that because it seems to me that the 900,000 that's being put forward is specifically for 2025, because I was looking at the various things. So am I correct that the 900,000 that's being proposed for town road upgrades will be part of what's submitted to the voters in 2020 on the 2026 warrant? Okay. I also found out from Mr. Randall today that his estimated cost for paving Trask Mountain Road is $80,000. And I questioned that, and one of the questions I asked him that I included in my 91A request I made today, I asked, how did you determine that paving Trask Mountain Road, which will require ledge removal, numerous catch basins, creating a much better base to withstand logging and construction trucks, and adding speed bumps, et cetera, to be a mere $800,000? I questioned that amount, and so I have asked him for a breakdown of that. I would also like to know, I was watching and looking at the rubric in determining the urgency of various projects. So another question I would like answered is how it was determined that a approximately 300-year-old scenic gravel road in a historic neighborhood wound up at the top of the list of priorities for this coming warrant. I know that the other road that's being considered is Beach Pond Road. I'm familiar with Beach Pond Road, but as someone who has, I would guess, approximately 500 feet of frontage on Trask Mountain Road, and I've lived there since, well, I've had property there since the early 80s. I'd like to know how paving that particular scenic historic road that's been gravel for over 300 years became a top priority. My concern, based on some email communications I've had and based on some public comments, is that perhaps the driving force behind paving Trask Mountain Road has to do with Mr. Randall's publicly stated interest in paving every gravel road in Wolfeboro, which also causes me to question how this scenic historic road came to the top of the priority list. And also, I'm aware, since I live on Trask Mountain Road, that one of the reasons I mentioned speed bumps is because the road already has many drivers who exceed the speed limit of 30 miles per hour. The majority of those actually live on Upper Trask Mountain Road, and the majority of the drivers who speed up and down the road live on Upper Trask Mountain, or they're visiting Upper Trask Mountain Road. And so I would just urge the select board and the budget committee to seriously consider whether that should be a priority, given the fact that I know we're coming out of, is it 2 years in a row we've had a default budget? The fact that we're coming out of 2 years of a default budget, I think that there are many other priorities, and I would hope that we would not, what's the word I'm looking for? I would hope that we would not yield to a few demands by people who clearly don't respect the historic areas of Wolfeboro and want to have the taxpayers, of whom of which I pay plenty in taxes, are essentially trying to influence a warrant article coming from our select board to keep their cyber trucks and their G-Wagons from being dinged. I think if they slow down, they'll have much less trouble with their vehicles, and I don't feel that it's the responsibility of the taxpayers of Wolfeboro to fund something that clearly flies in the face of the master plan and every person who cherishes this town and actually respects historic areas. Thank you. Oh, and I did have a couple of questions in there, if Mr. Pinio can answer them, about how they came up with the figure and how they prioritized paving a 300-year-old road.
I would have to go back into the documents. I'm not prepared to speak on that at this point.
Okay. Anything else under the capital improvements that we want to discuss? Yes.
Justin Brown, I'm a resident and also on the budget committee. I think this is great. I apologize, I should already know this, but this seems to be capital projects. Is there a mechanism that we're also saving for improvements to the structures in town? Like with a brand new public safety building, it's going to need a new roof at 30 years or something. Is there a mechanism for us to save money in that way for those types of projects? And repairs and maintenance in general, like the community center and other buildings in town.
Jim Manson.
So we do have a building maintenance capital reserve fund that's programmed for repairs that come up throughout the course of the year, so it does not negatively impact the operations to any one department. The Board of Selectmen are agents to expend from that account. I agree with you, Justin, that some of these properties going forward, we've got 3 brand new buildings sitting in front of us. Once we get some of our debt service behind us, it will make sense to be able to put money into a sinking fund. For example, this building has a slate roof. Replacement of this roof is not going to be an inexpensive proposition. We've had to do some repairs over the past couple years. Next year, I anticipate us having to do some more repairs. Hopefully for the arena and for the public safety building for the next couple years, we won't have any repairs that hit us. But going forward, it would be a prudent decision to try and create a sinking fund. The problem is, what is the level you fund that to, and as well trying to get those asset management plans for those properties in place, which, it was brought up last night. We're trying to get a lot of these items into iWorks, our software system, but it was also identified in the master plan that we need a facilities manager. I'd love to be able to put a facilities manager on. It is as a warrant article asked for 2026, but the reality of it happening, I think, is pretty slim.
Linda, do you have your capital reserve? Do you have your capital reserve cheat sheet?
All right, is there any other discussion on capital improvement plan?
But let me.
Thanks again, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, next on our agenda is the 2026 budget review, follow-up if needed.
Okay, so we've been, for the better part of a month, spending a significant amount of time together going through your budget books, which I see some of you have those right in front of you this evening. And this culminated with a meeting, I believe, last Thursday that took place. I got direction from the board basically asking me to go back, look at the budget, make some cuts. I got input that said 2%. I got input that said a percentage of the growth rate. I got a number of 1.5 million. I got a number of 600,000 to 700,000. Next day, over the weekend, I spent a lot of time with this budget. I've gone through it. I've scrubbed it. And last night, we sat down here in this room for about an hour and a half, went through the suggestions. I asked you to please hold off, let me clean up the numbers as well, knowing that we'll probably have more people watching this evening to get a handle on the budget work that you guys have done. It's good to see a couple of the budget committee members here. So let's go through this. So to start off with, first of all, right off the bat, the $60,000 number is wrong. So I have no idea how I came up with that number, but that number is actually supposed to be $49,000. So what I'd like to see happen tonight, and this is the goal, is to get through this evening. For some reason, when it goes onto that computer up there, format changes, but.
So this is the right number. Your backup.
My backup is correct.
Can I just, maybe I just staple that up on the board for you?
It will come up. It will come up. So the goal tonight is that you reduce the capital outlay, 49,000 and some change. You reduce the operating budget by 455,192 as outlined in the itemized deductions presented. Reduce the hydrant fees, one-time reduction of 175,000, and remove the increases to contracted ambulance services to a standalone warrant article, reducing the budget number by $292,127. So here is a list of the capital outlays. You've already removed the Clark Complex in favor of warrant article. You've already removed the tennis courts in favor of a warrant article. We've removed the solid waste. Bridge Falls cameras, I'm requesting you remove. I feel comfortable about where we're at with that capital reserve fund. I had a conversation with the Director of Public Works. We do believe as we close out the year, we'll be able to secure the sweeper broom for the loader and the highway garage equipment to service tires and to service air conditioning units. So that's a reduction of $49,000 that hopefully when we're all said and done tonight that you guys will make.
Can I just clarify, Jim?
Please.
I back up a little bit. You talked to the Director of Public Works about item 5. What did you guys talk about?
So we believe that in the bottom line of his budget for 2025, he is going to be able to secure that broom that goes on the front of the loader.
So that asset can be acquired in the 25 number.
That is correct.
Next was the garage equipment. What did you?
So that's $9,000. Frankly, this is an item that services all town departments. I'm pretty sure that come December 20th, we'll be able to find $9,000 in vehicle maintenance lines to be able to secure this equipment by the end of the year.
And it's something to change tires and something.
Yeah.
Change tires and charge air conditioning units in vehicles.
Okay, so those get covered. The real hard off the budget is the 31,000 for the cameras. The other stuff's going to get covered someplace.
So the cameras will come off, but I feel comfortable that what's in the capital reserve fund, we will be able to secure cameras if you as a Board of Selectmen authorize that expenditure from the capital reserve fund.
Okay.
We've got some other logistical things to figure out relative to the cameras as well, which makes it a little bit premature. So, moving forward. So, itemized reductions. We went through this last evening. I will go through it again this evening. So, the executive budget, cut $7,900. Town manager's budget, cut $3,300. ZBA, cut $1,400. Planning board, cut $11,150. Town clerk budget, cut $4,000. Finance department, cut $7,800. Assessing budget, cut $1,000. Tax collector, $1,800. Miscellaneous expense, cut $2,000. Planning department, cut $22,020. Brewster building, cut $7,950. Technology, cut $18,480. Police department, cut $35,000. Ambulance, cut $14,000. Fire, cut $12,390. Code enforcement, cut $2,600. Emergency management, cut $500. Public safety building, cut $2,450. Public works administration, cut $7,900. Streets and highways, cut $117,500. Garage, cut $19,262. Buildings and grounds, cut $16,500. Solid waste, cut $19,450. Animal control, cut $2,300. Parks administration, cut $5,100. Beach maintenance, cut $10,200. Abenaki, cut $7,600. Hockey rink, cut $40,000. Programs, cut $21,150. Town docks, cut $5,000. American Legion, cut $6,000. Libby Museum, cut $11,180. Clark Complex, cut $300. For a total reduction, $455,182. How I got to this is I went through each line and found areas in the budget based on 5-year averages. Had discussions with department heads about attrition of staffing. Looked at, for example, streets and highways. Looked at what we've been running the past 2 years with default. Looked at what the proposed was and found a happy medium in between the two. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make these cuts. And I will sit here and I will say this again. This is going to hurt departments, but I think we need to do this to get a budget passed. Other reductions. One-time hydrant fee reduction, line 01-422-00380 from $324,450 to $149,450, a reduction of $175,000. This is a one-time reduction, knowing that next year or over the next year we look at the hydrant fees and assess if they should be changed. Another reason for the rationale behind this, the audit report, page 10, indicates that we have an end-of-year net position of $1,342,489. We have a healthy balance in that account. Reduce the ambulance service contract, 0142-150, line 350, from $568,080 to $275,953. This is to last year's default budget number, or year before's default budget number, and put the balance for the contracted services in a standalone article. We discussed this as a board a couple years ago. It came into us as a petition warrant article. That petition warrant article passed by 58.3%. So that's why I've brought this forward to you for consideration. So Results of these impacts to the general fund operating budget versus the 2025 approved. With all of the capital outlays removed, the ones that you removed previously, if you remove these tonight, that's $165,500. So that brings our proposed budget to $21,555,000, an increase of $2.48 million or 13%. Still a big number on the general fund. Taking back out the $450,000 that was itemized, we're still looking at $21,096,800, increase of $2,032,000 or 10.66%. Back out the contracted ambulance for $292,000. That gets us to a budget number of $20,629,676, increase from the default budget of $1,565,409 or 8.21%. 8.21% off of a default budget that we've been running for 2 years, I think is a impressive number to have been able to get to. Now, there's one caveat to this whole thing, right? We all know what's going on with school care, our health insurance provider. We won't know for a couple weeks now what that actual increase is going to be. Right now, within the budget, we have forecasted a 10% increase. If that goes to 15%, if that goes to 20%, those are monies that we're going to have to make up. So if we take and we look at this budget that we're proposing in comparison to the draft of the default budget, we make all of these cuts. We have a budget of $20,629,000. That's still a separation from the default budget of $989,000 or 5.4%. If we land a default budget and we make these cuts on top of that, we've got to make another $900,000 worth of cuts. I can sit here very comfortably and tell you that that is 10 to 12 positions that will need to be cut.
Well, technically, Jim, it's $989,000, right? So it's closer to $1 million.
So it's a big number. And you've asked me to do something. I've come to you with some suggestions. I hope that you take it under consideration. What are some of the drivers in this budget? So we've got 2 years of collective bargaining agreements that come in for both the police department and town employees. Last year, the voters voted to approve ambulance staffing. That number that comes into the 2026 budget is $319,000. There is the half of the firefighter that we've been paying for a couple years that's backed out with the default budget. Round numbers is $30,000. We've removed the assistant town manager, town engineer position. 2024 non-union wage adjustments, $80,000. 2025 non-union wage adjustments, $84,000. 2026 supervisory wage adjustments, $43,000. 2026 non-union wage adjustments to the remainder of the staff, $107,000. Health insurance increases right now, that 10% number, $337,000. Property and liability insurance increases, $19,000. Audit services increases, $27,000. Police vehicles, both of those are put into the operating budget, $136,000. Public safety building increase of $85,000. Public Works Administration, increase of 128. Recall that we've moved that into the DPW administration, and a percentage of that is allocated through the administrative allocations to water and sewer. Good news, debt service on the general fund falling off $171,000 this year. Sewer transfer, debt service falling off $15,000 this year. Technology services, an increase of $127,000. Again, this is 2 years of items that we need to be looking at, and that gives you $1.56 million worth of drivers in your budget right there. And again, this is just general fund. So, thought it was really prudent that we have a really quick conversation about warrant articles before you make the vote.
Jim, I just want you to reiterate why we focus on the general fund.
Yeah. So the general fund is what affects the tax rate. When the tax rate is set, the revenues received from the water department, the revenues received for the sewer department, the revenues received from Pop Whalen, and the revenues received for the electric are paid for by the user fees, not by taxation. As a gross number, we have to raise and appropriate that number, but we have to show the revenues coming from a different fund, and that different fund is laid out across the top of this sheet. General fund, water fund, electric fund, sewer fund, Pop Whalen fund. And we'll show a slide in just a second that lays that out on a budgetary basis. So warrant articles. Again, these warrant articles are preliminary numbers. There's no language yet. They are preliminary numbers. So as Paul indicated on the left-hand column, I prioritize the warrant articles based on my opinion of what needs to be done in 2026, and as well to be cognizant of a number that I think we can get past. Obviously, a lot of these items still have financial reviews that need to be done. One of them has a grant associated with it, which is a priority. So this lays this out all in. If you wanted to put everything on the warrant as proposed right now, it's $5.3 million. I think all of us can sit here with a straight face and say, it's not going to happen.
Unlikely.
So this is just a document in front of you. I anticipate our next select board meeting, we'll start getting into the brass tacks of warrant articles. But I wanted you to be cognizant of this when you make your budget decisions. So, the 2026 proposed budget, general fund, $20,629,706, an increase of $1,565,000 or 8.2% if you make the cuts that are in front of you tonight. Water fund, paid for through user fees, no taxation. $1,791,000, increase of $168,707 or 10.4%. Again, paid for through the fees. We're in good shape there. Electric fund, $11,147,262. Increase of $395,000 or 3.68%. I will remind you that this does include the two capital outlays that Barry had proposed in the budget for building maintenance and the engineering for the submarine cable is what I believe it was.
Clark Road.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sewer fund, $1,947,000, increase of 8.3%. Again, this is paid for by the users with the caveat that capital projects are paid for by general taxation. Pop Whalen Fund, $497,000, increase of 20.5%. One of the big drivers in this, you recall, 2 years ago, we had the director's position split out over two departments. That's all now exclusively within the Pop Wayland budget, where Bo is handling Abenaki. And then, of course, there's incremental increases. So the total budget proposed right now, if you were to make those cuts, that you would vote to hand over to the Budget Committee $36,013,566 for an increase of $2,363,503, or 7.2%. You can see what we did last year for warrant articles that passed. You can see that that was 36,700,000 and some change. You can see if we put all the 5.3 million of warrant articles in, that puts us up over 41 million, brings us to a 12% increase with budget and all-in warrant articles, which obviously we're going to have conversations about that. So,
There we are.
these are the motions that are in front of you that I would like for you to consider. Again, number one is 49,500, I believe is the number, not the 60,000, which I have no idea how I got that number. So I can try to answer questions, 49,000 even. I can try to answer questions you may have about this. I know we went through this yesterday. I know we've gone through it again today. I know you guys had the opportunity to digest it. And I'll try to answer any questions that you might have.
Anybody have any?
I didn't thank you yesterday, Jim, so I apologize for not doing that. So thank you, Jim. Can I ask a couple of questions just about the couple of things? Okay, so the hydrant, where's that one? Hydrant fees?
Yep.
So the hydrant fees, I was confused, and it just helped me understand this. We're going to ask the water fund to cover those hydrant fees out of their unrestricted fund balance or out of their surplus. Is that kind of what we're doing? Or, I think I asked you this today, I just want everybody to hear it, or are we just not going to do anything about hydrants this year?
We are going to continue to maintain the hydrant system as we always have. What the water fund will see is a reduction in their revenue from the general fund in the amount of $175,000. So if they sell more water, they may be able to make it up.
If they don't, it just comes out of their bottom line, of which they have a bottom line for it to come out of.
And last year, if I remember correctly, they increased their bottom line by $760-something thousand.
Yeah.
So they're in a solid position with what we've done with rates and where their debt service currently lies to be able to absorb this impact. I wouldn't recommend we continue it into the future without further analysis, but I think that we are in good place for 1 year.
So water fund last year, 2024, showed a surplus of $758,000. So it would come out of there or their unrestricted fund balance or whatever. Okay.
If needed.
If necessary. Okay, thank you on that one. And the ambulance. We're moving it out of general fund, but we want the voter to, my words, to buy that warrant. We want the voter to say yes to that.
We want the voter to approve this warrant article.
And we're moving it out of general fund and out into a warrant, my words, as a hedging mechanism, maybe? Kind of.
So in my weird little brain, it is a method to reduce the ask on the taxpayer on the operating budget. We would hope that they approve our warrant articles going forward. That's why I took and prioritized the warrant articles to the level that I did to try and get us in that less than $3 million number for the purposes of hopefully getting the budget and the warrant articles passed.
But they, go ahead, Brian, please.
Okay, Linda.
Yeah, I have a question about that. If we put it out as a warrant article and it's voted down, no means no. So what in the heck do we do then?
HLL.
I mean, it's the gamble you've suggested we might want to do.
So, quite frankly, and bluntly put, if the warrant article is put out and the warrant article fails, we have got 6 months worth of funding to fund an ambulance service, contracted. If the warrant article does not pass, and the article for the ambulance and the ambulance staffing passes, I have to sit down with the chief and have a business conversation and say, can we get this ambulance service operating 5 to 6 months early? Because the voters said no to a contract.
Okay, so you have Plan B. Okay, just need to know that we aren't without any ambulance.
I don't
Whether Plan B is
Yep.
easy or not, and whether it's, in the best interest, there is a Plan B.
I don't like it one bit, because I think the plan going forward to transition to in-house ambulance service is solid. Things happen, and we are at, quite frankly, desperate times with this budget. And I think we all know that.
And
every one of us in this room know that.
And just to punctuate what Jim's polite, screwy brain just said, I asked him that question a week ago, and I got a finger pointed at me.
It was not one finger, Paul.
I'm just trying to give a little levity into this all, I got a finger pointed at me, and he just looked at me and he said, that is risk. Because my direct question was, could we turn on Chief Zadi a little faster? And he just said, that's risk. So, okay, so if the warrant fails, no means no, then we're at your ugly Plan B. If it stays in the operating budget and it fails,
we still could be at Plan B.
When does our contract end?
December 31, 2026, but we do have the ability to have a 30-day exit.
Okay.
So what that means is,
You have enough time.
if we find out in March that the voters give us a direction, we got a couple months to get this thing going. Now, I will say that they have an ambulance. It was going to be in my town manager's report. I'll disclose it now. They are licensed to transport as of today. So they're moving in the right direction. They have received the RFPs for the billing agencies. So the department is taking all the right steps to get there. It's just, we need to do this the right way, and the right way is to maintain our contract for 2026 and flip the switch 24/7, 365 on January 1, 2027.
Brian, did you have a question? Did I see your hand?
Okay.
I said it last night. I mean, we're in a build-out mode for this business. I think we got to fulfill the commitment that we asked the voters to make and that we're going to make. And we're going to have to get behind this. The conversation with Jim, when he said risk, there was other words that he used, which led me to believe that it probably was the degree of difficulty would be very high. So, okay, all right, thank you.
Impossible? No. High?
Yeah, you didn't say
Very.
impossible, but you did. Okay, I'm not going to punctuate it anymore. So the hydrant fees are going to come out of either earnings or, my words, or unrestricted fund balance out of the hydrant. The moving of the ambulance, the taxpayer is going to write the same check, whether it came out of the operating budget or out of a warrant article. It's going to hit the tax rate, right? Mm-hmm. Right. So it's the same check, 262,000 here or 262,000 over there. But it makes the general fund look a little smaller. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And well, I won't go any further. That's
Well, and the other thing, that amount then is another warrant article, and when we start looking at the number of warrant articles, we may push something else out because it is there, so.
Well, if we decide to make that would be like a 1 prime warrant article, right? That's the first one we do.
Somebody want to?
Well, I just want to comment, and because I appreciate what Jim did in terms of his methodology of trying to go line by line. I just observe, and I'll just say this because of the way what I'm going to do here. There's two functions. Well, there's a lot of functions in this town that are getting yelled at by a lot of people, and there are two functions in this town that are getting especially yelled at. One is zoning, planning, code enforcement, and the other is the highway department. And these reductions that Jim has offered with his methodology, and we all got to give him different ideas, so it's his judgment, and I give him credit for standing up and using his judgment. My observation, however, is that 50% of these reductions, 50% of the 455, are coming out of two functions: highway and planning, zoning, code enforcement, and they're heavy hits. This, to me, is, and I say this respectfully, this is going to hurt, as Jim said. We're going to hurt each other. And so we need to be real clear when this thing comes across the table. We need to be real clear with the folks about what may not get done, because these are heavy hits. And I personally am uncomfortable with the apportionment, but that's his judgment. He could have done it a whole bunch of different ways, and I think myself and two other members have been giving him some thoughts, and he took all of our thoughts. But he made his judgment, and it is what it is.
I would just correct that slightly.
Slightly.
I handed this budget to you, the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah.
You had the opportunity to make these cuts.
Yeah.
You asked me to do it last Thursday.
We did.
I did it.
No, you did. And now we own it. Now we're going to own it. You've prepared the budget by your statutory authority. You gave us those, and we own it.
Dave, I'd like to make a motion to reduce the 2026 proposed general fund operating budget by $49,000, removal of capital outlay.
So a second.
I'll second. I would like to.
I was going to say, do you have something you want to say?
I was going to have some, and it's kind of following up with what Paul did. I came up, I could have gotten 706,000 out, and I would have looked at any position that wasn't filled, and I would have taken those out, which was kind of what happened as we got some money this year because we had unfulfilled positions. Then I went and I looked at 2%, 3%, 4%, and it would have hit across the board that way. And then I see what Jim did, and I like his better because he looked at the 5-year average, and he looked at what we had been spending, and I thought that was a better model. I was ready to cut it, and I was willing to let him take a stab at it. This is hard to make these cuts. We do need to provide the services to the town. I think that's what people want. But we can't have another default budget and provide the services to the town. And to me, this is a hard vote, but I believe that it's in the best interest of getting a budget through. So those are my comments.
Okay, we have a motion in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Dave, I'd like to make a motion to reduce the 2026 proposed general fund operating budget by $455,182 as outlined in itemized deductions of this presentation. And I think it falls right around the 2% that I asked Jim, can we get 2% off the budget to get the operating budget close to as flat as possible? So that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
I'll make a motion, Dave, to reduce the 2026 proposed general fund operating budget by $175,000, a one-time reduction to hydrant fees.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Dave, I'll make a motion to reduce the 2026 proposed general fund operating budget by $292,127 by removing increases to contract ambulance services to a standalone warrant article.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
There you go.
There we are.
So do you want to vote to move the budget of 36,000,
Over to the budget committee.
$36,013,566 to the budget committee?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay. I think we've had discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's all yours, guys and ladies.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Okay, John.
There you go. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, next on our agenda, discussing select board communications. John?
So over the course of, since March, since I've been here, we get people that communicate with us, and we have a staff here in our building that responds to those inquiries. And an inquiry came in the other day, and something just didn't sit right with me. And I thought, maybe it's just a little bit time to reflect a little bit and tee something up to the board. And this is what I wrote. As a selectman, I'm asking that an agenda item be put on a Wednesday night meeting to set a policy for communication from the public when writing to any town government personnel. Letters, requests, responses, and general public comments will be done in a manner that is not offensive, using swear words, or to denigrate any government personnel. All communications by anyone requesting a response should take into consideration the reasonable request, the time it will take to get an answer to a request, and the professional manner in which the response to a request can be provided for inquiries. We as a government function find it incredibly important to respect you as a public, and the personnel running government functions are deserving of the same. I don't know how the board feels about this, but I thought it was appropriate to bring it up, and I don't know if there is a policy, but
Well, there are some policies, and it would depend on what kind of a quote request, whether it's a 91A request or whatever it is. Those tend to have a time frame affixed to it. So, but most of the time, the stuff would come in usually to Jim and then probably to HR. Then from there it would come to us or to whatever department was the issue.
Can't hear.
So a lot of that's in place, John. But yeah, I understand. We have some examples, and I think you're correct. Hey, Linda?
Yeah, I absolutely understand why you wrote this, and I agree that that's how people should be respectful and communicate. But I don't believe we can write such a policy. The public has a First Amendment right to speak as they choose to. And so I would not try to put in a policy like this.
No,
And we have RSA 91A. But your intent here is right on.
Yeah. Paul?
I was going to say the same thing. I mean, you can't regulate speech. Some of it probably starts here. Maybe sometimes we give people permission to behave sometimes the way we do. There is structure around the 91A process. The 7 words George Carlin told us we can't use on TV do get used. But I don't think we can deem that if somebody writes a letter and uses an F-bomb or another word, that we can just say, I'm just ignoring you. It's speech. It's what you got to do.
I think it's good it was brought up, and we'll just...
I agree.
We'll just deal with it.
I agree. Brian, you wanted to say something?
Well, the only thing is, we have our personnel policy, and this only dictates our personnel, not, but it says employees are encouraged to be fair and courteous to fellow employees, residents, vendors, and people who work on behalf of Wolfeboro. Employees should keep in mind that work-related complaints are often resolved by speaking directly with coworkers or by utilizing our reporting procedures and open-door policy rather than posting complaints on social media and outlets. So I understand we have a policy in place on how our employees act respectfully with the community. That's about as far as we can go with any policy on how the community acts with us. That's just humans having courtesy for each other, and that's all that we can ask for.
Okay. Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
Next, we'll Libby trustees meeting.
I'll make a motion that we go into a Libby trustees
Second.
meeting.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Collections update, Jim? Do you have something on that?
So really the big item right now, they are down there working to stabilize the north wall. It's in process. We did receive the midterm invoicing of the work that's being performed. I haven't heard anything negative from them at this point related to the work, so I'm gathering that they are going to be able to finish it timely and on budget, whereas I haven't heard anything to this point. So that's where I am on the work to be performed, and I believe Paul as well has something that he would like to discuss relative to Libby.
Jim?
Before we get there, I was up at the site today, and they have stabilized 5 of the points. They were working on the rear corner. I was quite surprised myself as to how bad conditions were on the sill plate and on the posts going up. and the tie-ins to the window frames on that corner. It surprised me quite a bit. And they said the other places that they've already opened up were very similar. A lot of ant damage, dry rot. It was actually worse than what I thought it might be. Like I said, they have fixed 5 of the other places on the back wall. They, I think, have 5 more to open up towards the west end of the building. So they're going to be there for a while longer. But they are working, like I said, they're on the other side of the back door now on the corner. I don't think they would have gotten that finished today because they just opened it up. But they will be opening up the other vertical columns towards the west end. But the others were, they said, about the same. They have taken pictures. They will supply all of those to us. And I was surprised, personally, the framing of that building is extremely unique. It's different than anything I've seen in all the years I've been in this business. But it was quite innovative for the time. So, anything from the board before I open it up?
Is it, Jim, do you want to share the letter that we received from the Charitable Trust Unit? You want to just discuss it in general terms?
I gotta find it, Paul.
You want me to?
Yeah, because my brain
Would you
right
like,
now
I have a hard
me to-
copy. You want me to pass it down to you?
Give him a hard, you want to read it? So we received, as we're trying to figure out this, we received a letter 31 October from the Charitable Trust Unit. It was addressed to our council as well as counsel for the Friends of the Libby. The substance of the letter is a public document, and it's a 1.5 pages long. And unless there's objection by the board, it is, Nathan did say it's a public document.
Public document.
So unless there's objections by the board, I'd recommend we put it into the minutes.
Well, he was going to read it. I passed it.
Oh, you're going to read it? Oh,
I thought that's what you had requested.
Yeah,
so.
that's what you asked him.
Put your shoes up, put your feet up on the desk. Here it comes.
Yeah, and I'm not a terribly fast reader, so be ready to take a nap.
Take your shoes off.
Okay. Email dated, well, this is from the Charitable Trust Unit, ongoing review of the Henry F. Libby Museum, Jim and Nathan. Nathan is town attorney. Jim is the attorney representing Friends of the Libby Museum. By email dated April 25th, 2025, the Charitable Trust Unit requested that each of your respective clients submit written plans related to the charitable asset held in the trust for Henry F. Libby Museum. As you know, both the town of Wolfeboro, as trustees of the 2 parcels of property with charitable restrictions, and the Friends of the Libby Museum as a charitable nonprofit organization, hold fiduciary duties to use the charitable asset they possess to further the museum's charitable purposes. Despite the common ground, the town and Friends have been engaged in a lengthy dispute over the museum's future. The letter summarizes the information provided to date, outlined by the Charitable Trust Unit concerns relative to the town and Friends' adherence to their fiduciary duties, and Charitable Trust Unit's perspective on next steps. Beginning with the town, it presently holds approximately $310,000 in funds dedicated to the museum. The town has been unsuccessful in recent years in raising additional taxpayer funds to fully repair the museum building, which houses a number of artifacts. Importantly, the Charitable Trust Unit understands that the town also receives revenue from boat slips located on the property it holds in trust. Specifically, court records indicate that the inventory of the estate of Henry F. Libby, his 2 parcels of land, one with building thereon and the other being a lakefront parcel having frontage on the Winter Harbor section of Lake Winnipesaukee. Since at least 2022, the Charitable Trust Unit has informed the town that the funds generated from the boat slips must support the museum rather than the town's general fund. See letter dated March 28, 2022 from Assistant Director Diane Murphy Quinlan to the town of Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen. To date, the Charitable Trust has not received information relative to these charitable funds, and they have not been reported on the town's annual MS9 RSA 3119A Roman numeral 4 prohibits the commingling of these funds with towns' general funds. To the extent the town has been commingling these charitable funds with general funds, the practice must be immediately corrected in order for the Charitable Trust Unit to fully assess the town's funds available for the museum. The Charitable Trust Unit requests that the town provide a summary of funds received from the boat slips to date, any expenditures of those funds, explanation thereafter, and its legal position as to why such funds have not been reported as charitable assets. Since my April email, the town has provided helpful updates, including that it has received a report from Pfeiffer Appraisals estimating the value of the museum's artifacts. The report estimates that the total collection has a value of approximately $16,000. With respect to the building on the property that houses the artifacts, the town has expended $5,500 on engineering reports regarding the stabilization of the building's north wall. In addition, the town executed a contract with Preservation Timber Framing to perform the stabilization work. The total cost to perform the stabilization work is $110,532.50. In speaking with the town council, CTU was informed that work has begun this month. The town is working presently developing plan for storage of artifacts while work is being performed. The town has also identified a potential successor trustee who has expressed an interest in removing the present building and replacing it with a building that would contain an area where museum artifacts could be displayed and made available to the public. Those talks are preliminary in nature, and therefore the identity of the possible successor trustee has not been provided. From the Charitable Trust Unit's perspective, this is a positive development because the museum has been closed for well over a year, and neither the town nor the Friends have submitted a realistic plan for funding a repair of the existing building. The estimate to fully renovate the building was $2,900,000, $2.9 million in 2022, and it is reasonable to conclude that present-day estimates would be higher. Charitable Trust Unit requests the town notify the Charitable Trust Unit within 60 days of its discussion with successor trustees as any proposed successor trustee and future plans related to the 2 parcels of property require the Charitable Trust Unit's approval. As to the Friends, the Charitable Trust Unit understands it holds charitable assets exceeding $500,000 per their letter from council dated July 15, 2022. The Friends assert that its mission is program-related and not to support the maintenance and repairs of the museum building or its property. The Friends offered to engage with the Charitable Trust Unit relative to the appointment of successor trustee, as well as in discussions about how to best honor the legacy of Dr. Henry F. Libby and preserve what remains of the collection. In response to the Friends letter, I sent an email to council dated August 4th, 2025, noting that in review of the Articles of Agreement for the Friends of the Libby Museum Incorporated, Article 2, Section A, specifically sets that the charity's purpose is for supporting the Libby Museum, including the repair, maintenance, and improvement of the Libby of the museum building, grounds, and exhibits. I did not see any amendment to the Articles of Agreement, nor do I view the bylaws as being as narrow as the Friends assert in their letter. I request that the Friends provide a charitable trust unit with a legal basis why use of the charitable assets cannot include repairs of the building, and renewed charitable trust units request for the Friends plan to utilize charitable funds it's raised and hold in trust. To date, the charitable trust unit has not received a written response. Charitable trust unit spoke with the Friends legal counsel this week, and based on that call, the charitable trust unit understands the Friends have determined they will not act further unless a successor trustee is identified and a decision is made about reopening the museum. It remains the charitable trust unit's position, regardless of the successor trustee, the Friends must either provide the charitable trust unit with a written plan detailing how it will utilize its substantial charitable assets related to the museum, or submit a proposed petition for cypre to prevent the potential waste of charitable funds. From the charitable trust unit's perspective, there has been a lack of meaningful cooperation between the parties for a number of years. At this point, even if the town and the Friends begin collaborating, the present building is structurally unsound and repairs would be neither feasible nor the best use of charitable assets given the available funding. The Charitable Trust Unit believes that there is significant information about the present condition of the building, the cost of repairs, the available funding, and the value of the artifacts. The town to identify a successor trustee, and the Friends to present a plan for use of its charitable funds both by the end of 2025. Charitable Trust Unit is willing to work with both entities to achieve those representative goals. However, the Charitable Trust Unit unwilling to allow either party to further delay substantive plans for respective charitable assets it holds, and will seek court intervention should these discussions continue past the end of the year. Sincerely, Marianne Dempsey, Director of the Charitable Trust. And that letter is dated October 31st, 2025.
Okay. Any comments from the board at this point? Paul?
Update on a couple of other things. We did receive, I believe, a letter from the Friends of the Libby, and we'll put that in the minutes as well. I want to thank Maggie for doing research, and her team for developing a collections policy. I routed that around to folks. And thank you very much for offering citations as to where you were able to get that. Plagiarism is always a good thing when you do something like that. It's good to see. Just for the benefit of the public, we started this journey July 10th of 2024. We updated this journey on December 4th of 2024. We told this board and the public that there were two things we had to do: strengthen the building, get the collection out of there. We valued the collection. The building's now being strengthened. It's probably taken longer than we thought to get it strengthened. There's a lot of emails back and forth on why that happened. But I think we're now to the point of taking, in my opinion, the next step, and I'd like to offer a motion. The collection basically is in three parts. We know clearly what belongs to the Libby, to Dr. Libby. We have a very, very good idea what belongs to the Friends of the Libby, who has donated some items to the Libby. And then we have a third part of the collection that belongs to others. And so I'm going to make a motion that using the October 15th, 2025 collection policy as a guideline, it is recommended that the Libby trustees - select board direct the town manager to notify the Friends of the Libby Museum that the board, our boards, have voted to immediately deaccession the collection contents heretofore donated to the Libby Museum by the Friends of the Libby Museum. Until the collections committee or executive director is in place, the responsibility shall lie with the town manager and/or his designee. That's my motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Now this guy over here has got the stopwatch going, so I'll do it again. Turn off your stopwatch.
I think I have one.
Using the October 15th, 2025 collections policy as a guideline, it is recommended that the Libby trustees / select board direct the town manager to notify the Friends of the Libby Museum that the board have voted to immediately deaccession the collection contents heretofore donated to the Libby Museum by the Friends of the Libby Museum. Until the collections committee or executive director is in place, the responsibility shall lie with the town manager and/or his designee. That's the motion.
I'll second.
Let me further explain, and I'll read what a deaccession process is. Brian accuses me of using words, and I respect you for reminding me of that. There is this thing called deaccession. The Board of Trustees, upon written recommendation of the Collections Committee or Executive Director, may approve deaccession, meaning give back and dispose of our artifacts from its collection in a manner consistent with accepted professional standards. If the artifact was a gift of an individual, reasonable effort will be made to inform the donor of the museum's intent to deaccession, give back the piece. Full documentation of the process should be kept for each item removed from the collection. Objects obtained for deaccessioning should be disposed through public manner. It basically says that we have to do this thing properly. We have to make sure that we document everything we do so that we can take this to the court, to the charitable trust unit and say we did it. But the motion is to give back those items that we can identify and have identified in the collection documents to the Friends of the Libby immediately.
And that collection document was put together by the Friends of the Libby.
No, it was put together by our dear friend over there, the ad hoc team, Maggie and her mom.
That multiple book?
Oh, no, the collection document.
Collection document.
You are correct, Linda. I apologize.
Thank you.
You're correct.
The big collection books of who owned what was done by the Friends of the Libby Museum.
Just for the benefit of those who were here a few weeks ago, a colleague of ours sitting out in the audience took her a bag of documents and put them here. We were able to find those at the library last fall. We have hard copy of that. We also have a joystick of that. So you can go in and just do a database search, and you can identify what belongs to whom. That's the motion. Thank you for the second, Linda.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Paul.
Mr. Penio, if you wouldn't mind, and I know you'll do this, the motion has been unanimously accepted. Will you let Nathan know?
I will do that tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right, is there any comments from the public? Who's first?
Oh, Suzanne Ryan, Chair of the Friends of Libby. Yeah, we did get a letter, but it wasn't the same as what you read tonight. So I'm a little bit unprepared. I don't believe it was the same. Well, I came tonight prepared, and you have a letter. And I guess maybe it's irrelevant at this point, but I'd like to read it into the record anyway. It stated October 31st. It was hand-delivered and mailed. Dear trustees, Friends of the Libby Museum has made 3 offers of support to you during 25 for the removal and storage of portions of the Libby collection. As you are aware, the museum building poses an increasing threat to the collection due to the rising mold and moisture levels, as well as instability. The first offer, January 20th, 25, was to give you up to $30,000 for expenses to remove and store the collection. You chose not to pursue that route, and the collection remains inside the museum. Because of the ongoing concern, we made a second written offer of the support to you on August 15. In this letter, we offered immediate support to remove and store fragile and historical significant items before the onset of winter. In this letter, we explained our plan to engage professionals, ensure safe and insured storage, and cover all the costs for 5 years. We encouraged a prompt decision given the limited time until winter, and we welcomed a meeting with Selectmen O'Brien and Thurston at their convenience. No response was received and no meeting offered. The third offer, September 17th, for which I have another copy again, it was presented as verbal offer. And that was my handwritten letter, which I'll leave again. So you had an offer January 20th, 25, August 18th, 2025, September 17th, 2025. And you got a draft. Let me finish reading this. Due to the delays and lack of direction from you, we now must amend, not rescind, but amend our offer. It is no longer possible to prepare a work plan for your review and then order materials, hire professionals, rent storage, and remove, clean, and pack collection items before winter. Nonetheless, our concern for the Libby Museum collection continues, and we would like to discuss in detail with you the Board of Selectmen trustees represented the best way forward. And I would just note that it's been a month since our September offer, and you chose to go the route of, in that month, to work on a policy. And during that time, I got a cordial email from Paul asking if the Friends would take a look at the draft policy that was offered to them. And that was not timely. So I did as requested by Paul. I sent to the Friends and received a consensus that while we appreciate your faith in our opinion, we are not experts in collection management, and given the document's importance, we encourage you to contact collection preservation professionals to review the policy, and this could include Valerie Kincaid and/or Ron Harvey, both whom are familiar with the Libby collection and have worked for the town previously. And then I just put my personal note. I did not find and may have missed a, quote, how to care for detailed selections collection, and wish you good luck. So I don't know really where that leaves us. I was to tell you, Paul, and for some reason I thought John was part of, I thought it was a twosome that you were representing the trustees to the Friends. But at any rate, November 24th and December 22nd, we meet, and it's public session at 4:30 at Blacksmith's Printing. I imagine, given what I heard tonight, and I guess I have to go back and read the letter that we got, that I feel is maybe not exactly the same. Does it say CC on the bottom to the Friends?
The letter was directed to your counsel.
Huh?
The letter was directed to your lawyer.
Yes. Went to your
It was sent to your
to our lawyer.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Lawyers to lawyers.
All right, so we must have got it, and I just haven't had time to read through it thoroughly. Okay, so for whatever it's worth, the funny part of it is, as I say, the offer still stands, but I almost think from what I heard, it may be too little too late. I guess that remains to be seen. As a side note, I still can't find out, looking through a raft of paperwork, how the collection got divided into, this is Dr. Libby's, and this is all the rest of the stuff. I can't find out who directed that. I did find that the charitable trust unit used the words in and around April that a charitable trust asked whether there had been a recent appraisal of the collection. And here we go. I mean, I guess it's human nature. I guess we all like to interpret words in the way we'd like them to come out, what we wished they would be. But there is a marked difference between an evaluation and appraisal. And the board trustees, every time I say the board, I apologize, the trustees, it appears, has seemed to take that interpretation of an appraisal as an evaluation or an assessment. All you have to do is go on AI, that I'm now learning to love, and look up the two words. Yeah, it's wonderful. Look up the two words, and the definitions are very clear. An appraisal is a certified, legal, defensible value. An assessment is an informal opinion. And we do not have an appraised value. And to cop out with $16,000 and say that's the value of the total collection is incorrect. It's simply incorrect. No, and beyond that, there was an article in the Granite State News a couple issues back where this person took issue with that, and he was right to say that the way he did. $16,000 value for a collection Why would we spend $4 million on a building? And but the premise of that is flawed. You didn't value the whole collection. You chose, and I can't figure out why, to segregate out Dr. Libby's when in fact the town of Wolfeboro, through a vote at town meeting, authorized the trusteeship and to take over the entire Libby Trust, which included in, was it 1956, the whole package, the land, the building, and the collection. In 1956, we voted in this town to take it all over. And now for some reason, I can't nail it down, some reason it's now Dr. Libby's. And do whatever you want with the rest of it. I don't think that's the way it works. I just don't believe that that's the way it works. And Brian, who I sometimes agree with, and most of the time probably don't agree with, he raised a very valid point a month or so ago, or maybe longer. And he felt very strongly that the whole collection should be looked at as a whole and valued with an appraisal, and the board chose not to recognize it. There are, as we know, approximately 3,000 items in that museum donated to the Libby Museum. Your evaluation assessment only did 10%, 300. I don't know how you're going to justify that to the charitable trust unit, to the voters. I don't know how you justify that. Those donations were given in good faith that they'd be valued and kept in keepsake, and it seems like we're at the point now where that might not happen. What else did I have? Oh, the thing that's also bothersome, and I mentioned it, I think, at the annual Friends meeting for which John and Paul visited, and Paul weighed in on a couple of things. I raised the question, and I still do. The collection is valued for insurance purposes with this town's insurance policy for $440,800. That's just the building contents. And as I said, that doesn't, tables and chairs, a few $100. So either you're over-assessing it, over-assessed it for insurance policies, and maybe you want to go back and call Primex and say, you know what, drop that insurance to $16,000 because we don't want to pay the premium on $440,000. It's not worth it. Because the taxpayers are now paying the insurance on something that evidently you feel is worth only $16,000. So it's very disappointing we got to this point. Kick the can down the road, I guess. It seems though the Friends of the Libby have done their due diligence in their 3 proposals and before that. And I just can't understand why the offer wasn't taken up sooner. And I'll leave some letters and paperwork with you. I think that's about all I have to say at this time, and I'm sure Paul will see you at our next meeting.
Yeah. You said it's the 24th? You said it's the 24th at 3?
November 24th and December 22nd at 4:30.
And it's 3:30 in the afternoon? Oh, 4:30. 4:30, and it's going to be over at Julie's place?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if there's any kind of emergency meeting before then that we feel we need you at,
Great.
We'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Anybody else?
I just have a quick question, and
Your name, please.
oh, sorry, I keep forgetting. Charlene Seibel, once again. I have a quick question. Do RFPs for engineering go through your office, or do they go to the different department heads? For example, do you issue all of the RFPs, or?
RFPs are created by the departments and are run through the finance department.
Okay, so if I wanted to find out if an RFP has been sent out for the engineering study for all of the things that would have to take place in paving Trask Mountain Road and Beach Pond Road, would I contact the finance department to find out if they have sent out an RFP? That's my first question.
Let me just stop you.
Okay.
I don't believe those have been issued to this point, and this is specific to the Libby trustees meeting, not specific to
Oh, I'm
other
sorry. I thought
items.
this was public input.
No, we're not there yet.
Oh,
yet.
my bad.
You get to wait longer.
Wait
That's
longer.
okay. That's okay. This is fascinating. I'm
Wait longer.
learning a lot of things, so I am very sorry.
No worries.
No worries. Okay.
Hey, anybody else? Yes.
Hey, Catherine, how you doing?
Quick question. Ann Blodgett.
I'll give it to Jim.
Commingling. Are you commingling?
No.
Thank you. And the docks concern me because Libby's a nonprofit.
Yeah.
It's Libby land. I don't know what legal counsel says, but I think there's some strict laws about, commercial operations at a nonprofit.
Could I speak to that? So Jim answered your question. I mean, a restricted fund was created, which we have our hands on. We see it all the time. It has a balance in it. Libby goes right into that. What the charitable trust unit said is that's insufficient. You got to bring it out of your general fund and make it a revolver. What do you think? Something. You have to make it some type of a revolving fund. But Ann, as it relates to a percentage of how much revenue will you generate as a percentage of the total operation? I think we're okay with that. We just had this similar conversation with Wolfeboro Community TV. Can they advertise or whatever their words are as a percentage of their total operation? And I think we're in good shape, but we'll check on it. So Suzanne, if I could, and I won't read it, but the letter that was sent to council, your council, it did reference a suggestion about the continued valuing of the collection. And it's a footnote in the letter, so when you get it, you can take a look at it. Thank you.
Anybody else want to talk about the Libby? Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I forgot. I'm having a hard time hearing. I forgot two things. In the letter that was read, I think I think the Friends will want to verify some of those numbers that are pertaining to our finances. I don't think they're quite correct. And then our last letter to the trustees was to have an answer by November 1st. So that's why I made an issue about the 30 days in between. There was a drop dead date. We did not get an answer. That was instead you opted to go and talk about a policy. And then the other thing is I have a question. When the charitable trust unit notates your funding that you have available, I didn't see and I guess Jim could find it for me, but I didn't see the capital reserve fund for the Libby. There's those two, there's the Stroth and some other fund, but there's a capital reserve fund for, I think, 300,000.
I believe that's what was noted in the letter, the 310,000, if I remember correctly.
But we don't have that much anymore.
No.
Because we've spent some of that, but, yeah.
So does that, it's included in there? That capital reserve money is included in?
In their letter, I believe
Yes,
so.
they talk about it as 310,000.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will also note that these are going to attorneys. This did not come to the Board of Selectmen. It went to our attorney, and our attorney brought it to us. It went to your attorney, and you should ask your attorney.
We got something, but as I say, I mean, I just ran through it real quick because I was trying to get this ready for tonight, and that just came in.
So when you get attorneys, usually the attorneys talk to each other, not the clients. And so I think that's part of what we're getting into here.
Okay. I'm sure the Friends will have a response. Yeah, thank you.
It's getting late, and you're all looking kind of tired. So in my effort to constantly I'm Kathy Dragonfly. In my effort to let people know who you all are and who's making the town shake, I would like to take my time and go to each one of you and ask the following questions. What is your name? How long have you lived in Wolfeboro? And how long have you been on the Board of Selectmen? Now, I'm going to start with Jim so I can come around this way. Hey, Jim, start us off.
Jim Pineo, I have lived in the town of Wolfeboro since 2016. And I'm the town manager.
My name is John Dana Thurston. I was born at Huggins Hospital by the Honorable Dr. Allen. My mother was born here also. I've been a selectman since March. I was on the planning board for 9 years previous to that.
Dave Senical. I've lived here for 65 years plus. Been a selectman for 15 years.
Linda Murray. I've come to Wolfeboro since I was an infant. In the summers, I have lived here year-round for 46 years, and I've been on the Selectmen Board for 20 years.
Hi, Paul O'Brien. I moved here in 2009. I joined town government on the EDC, spent 6 years as a planning board member and 2 terms as a member of the Board of Selectmen, separated by a 3-year holiday. This is my 5th year as being on the select board.
Brian DeShays, I've lived in Wolfeboro for 18 years, and I've been on the select board for 4 years.
That's awesome. I'm sure there's no surprise that I'm very chagrined. My heart's beating like mad, and I am pissed off about this whole Libby thing. I came tonight with the idea that I was going to be very positive, and I was going to try and bring the friends in the town together somehow. But what you guys just voted on is outrageous. And I know you can't come back and answer every one of my things that I'm going to say, but I got to at least say them in public. First of all, this document from Mary Pfeiffer says right on the front of it, for internal use only. The first line it expressly states that this valuation report is not a legal document, but you all just made a decision that will affect the town for hundreds of years based on a document that is not legal and cannot be used in regards to any insurance claim, U.S. Internal Revenue Service filing, or with regards to any legal matter. It goes on and on and on. And as a certified appraiser, I'd just like to say a couple of things. In this 16,000, and like Suzanne, I don't understand how it got separated into separate appraisal versus evaluation, but I think I agree with Suzanne. It's too little too late if you're going to follow through. But I ask you all if, when this building was in tough shape, and there was a whole crowd of people yelling for and a whole crowd that didn't want to fix it, would you have the right to just say, oh, we're going to get rid of that flag, and that flag, we don't like them anymore, and we're going to let the building fall down? Of course you couldn't do that. You've got to ask the people of town what they want. A lot of this, the genesis of it, was from 85, roughly, comments in some survey that I can't figure out where it was, who created it, why it was created, but you folks came up with 85 answers. I put it on Facebook and I got over 300 answers. So I wonder if you're being transparent in your duties. This woman, Mary Pfeiffer, I don't know how you found it, but she's got the most high-end address on the east side of Manhattan. And I would like to know what in hell she's got to do with the same guy who shot the moose over in Wolfeboro, who is attached to it. There's just no way that this woman could sit behind a typewriter in New York City and make up this number. If you take if you take the number of items she did and divide it by 16,000, it comes out to an automatic $50 per item. And I looked up 3 or 4 of the items randomly that I thought might be higher value. The ibis mummy is an exceptionally rare bird from Egypt. There's very few in the United States. They are easily appraised at 10 to 15,000. We've got one. Just that one bird. I looked up skeletons, and because we don't have asylums anymore, we're not saving skeletons in the back room, you can't buy human skeletons anymore. We have 2. There's a carrier pigeon on Dr. Libby's list that is now extinct, but we have one. The crocodile is worth 25 grand. So the skeletons are 10 grand. That's 2. The ibis mummy is 10 grand. The crocodile is 30 grand. So right there, I'm already up to over 50,000, and I haven't been in the museum in 10 years. So the woman also did not use any reputable sources. What she did was she used museums. She's quoted the Smithsonian and Google and Wikipedia as places where she found items, which is nonsense. The Smithsonian does not give out prices. They collect items for the United States, just like we have collected items for the town in our area. And like Suzanne says, in 1956, you were all handed the entire package. And yet now we want to divide it and do this and do that so you can get out of your fiduciary responsibilities. And I am sure that every one of you here knew that this was one of your duties when you took your position and swore your oath. The whole report was totally inadequate. The New Hampshire Department of Resources and Economic Development say that the number 1 and 2 reasons that people come to New Hampshire are history and geography. We have a crown jewel in the state of New Hampshire, yet we don't care about the location, we don't care about the collection, and now, not only did you all vote to deaccession it, you're talking about some successor that wants to tear down the building. Well, why don't we tear down this building? Why don't we tear down Clark Museum? Why don't we tear down the community center? I don't understand why this issue keeps happening. It's over and over again. Who's even suggested that the trustees should look for a new successor? Did we ask any of the townspeople? Or you just decided that with all the other lack of transparency we've had? One of the things I would like to do is see that the accession and the deaccession policy be expanded. And I am going to hopefully submit something for the warrant, because I think it's, not only do we have this collection worth $500,000, but we also have very substantial paintings that we own at the library. We have all sorts of substantial donations that need to be protected. The money should, and the objects need to have a more formal process when they're coming in and going out, just like when you guys accept money that has been given to the town. There's a process. One thing, when I put it on Facebook and I got those hundreds of comments, Ed Garrett, who lives out in Mirror Lake, a lifelong resident, I believe, he said, it was so important to the Garrett family because he took his boys there when they were little. Well, they both turned out to be very fine scientists. Keith is up working on the top of Mount Washington and has been for years, and his brother works for NOAA. They were inspired by the Libby. I was inspired by the Libby. How can you just throw that away to future generations? I don't get it. And I guess I have one more thing I'd like to say. If we're going to tear down the Libby and get rid of the collection, why are we fixing a temporary wall for $110,000 plus $5,000 for the bid? Why are we doing that? Why did we spend $1,000 on this totally inadequate report? We shouldn't have. That's $120,000 that I just listed off? And how are you going to deaccession the collection? None of this should have been done without talking to a taxidermist who knows that, who is a professional. The whole thing is so lacking of transparency, it just breaks my heart that you would make that decision.
Anybody else want to talk to us about the Libby? Yeah. Board? We want to come out, or?
Move to come out of the Libby trustees session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next on our agenda is old business. Any other business?
Yes, I have some other business. So, Paul and I have been doing a little bit of research into the school care trust, the health pool. And we've managed to have a discussion with Jeb Bradley. We've set up a meeting with Dave Scanlon, who's the Secretary of State, who's in charge of the risk pools. He oversees them. They're actually regulated and watched by a gentleman, David Lang, who is someone we may search out going farther forward. We are trying to find out whether the assessments are going to become a regular event, or if this is a one-time assessment as they're telling us. We're going to see if we make a payment to school care, what are the chances of them staying solvent and supporting us for health care going forward. We're also looking to have a meeting with DJ Betancourt, who is the head of the insurance commission for the state of New Hampshire. And we're looking at potentially having meetings with Lisa Duquette, who is the CEO of School Care, with Kathleen O'Blennis, who is a chair on the board of School Care and is an employee at our superintendent's office, and with Michelle Chamberlain, our HR, because she recently went to a School Care conference. So that's what we're looking at this time. If Paul has anything else, he's more than welcome to add.
Thank you, Brian. Well, first thing, I want to thank Jeb Bradley. Reached out to him on Saturday morning, and Saturday afternoon he was making arrangements to speak with Brian and myself, which was great. It was very helpful. Monday morning we spoke. 15 minutes after we spoke, I got a text from the Secretary of State. So we're going to see him on the 18th? Whatever, the 18th. Still waiting to hear from Betancourt. You know, Brian's just, you know, my interest is pretty simple. Is this a one and done with the school care situation? Because at the 20th, is it a one and done? And I want to hear from the Secretary's office because they regulate the pools. You know, the more I look into it, the more he looks into it. This whole conversation around risk pools is something that we need to really get studied on. So I want to understand that. I want to understand from Commissioner Betancourt, we haven't heard from yet. Jeb hasn't heard from him. What's going on that side of the world? You know, we both you know, kind of agree, not necessarily agree, but we don't want to talk to the provider yet. We want to talk to the regulator, see what's going on there, and if we have to go talk to the provider, we will. But then we need to, after we do that, we got to come back here and talk to this board, because as Jim mentioned during our budget conversation earlier this evening, we haven't heard what the 2026 rate is going to be, and that's going to it's going to inform a lot of things. It's going to inform the budget, but it's also going to inform prospectively, you know, what we have to say, do with the bargaining units, if in fact it, you know, goes in the wrong direction. So more to come, but yep, it's been great, and I just end where I began. I want to thank Jeb. I mean, he was just boom, just wanted to help, gave us good background, and he'll make introductions, has made introductions for us. So that's that. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, is there any other business?
Yeah, the next one I have is, I think as a board, we need to pick one of three: dock ordinance, town hall parking lot, or crosswalks, and do some action. We need to either have the second public hearing on the crosswalks, which we said we were going to have in the fall and we never did. I've wanted a discussion of the ordinance for the town hall parking lot, and I think we all need to remember that we haven't finished the dock ordinances yet.
Well, let's do that one.
And so we start, we lose. We start, it goes somewhere else. We got to finish things.
I kind of agree with the, I'd say, we're 9 hours into the docks and wharves ordinance. We probably ought to be able to button it up with a couple of motions. And doing it now is probably good because, the boats are out of the water and we can just get it all sorted out so when they come out next spring, it's done. I think that would be my preference. Anyway, sorry.
I agree with Brian. Those three need to be done.
Yeah.
Just do. We need to get it on the agenda and get the documents.
Yeah.
Maybe with budgets done, we could do that.
And I have just one other thing. I also spoke with regard to school care to the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I reached out to a couple of people, and I got a call from a gentleman from Noise Insurance Agency up in Plymouth, and he said to me, Brian, it was a pleasure speaking with you today regarding health plan options for the town of Wolfeboro. I think you should talk with the folks at Health Trust and CGI Benefit Solutions. I'm happy to pass your information along to the appropriate people in both organizations. I also mentioned that a group of stakeholders, including myself, is exploring a stop-loss captive option and conducting studies with several interested school districts. Based on the number of employees participating in your health plan in Wolfeboro, Wolfeboro is large enough to participate in the study. If your select board administrative unit would like to participate, you are welcome to do so. It is simply a matter of providing the data required for the study. And that's from a Jeffrey Reardon, CIC AAI agency manager for Noise Insurance. So he explained to me that looking at someone who has a $6 million policy for health care, using their actuary data, in the worst case scenario, there was a savings of about $200,000 over a $6 million policy using this new type of pool that he's setting up, or it's called a captive stop-loss option. He said using their average actuarial data, it could be a savings of up to $1.5 million. So he said it's something, if we want to participate as a town, that he would welcome us to it.
Okay, any other business? Town manager's report.
As I indicated to you, work is taking place at the Libby Museum. We've received our second invoice. The work continues. The CIP, as you're aware, is now complete. You have rolled the budget to the Budget Committee. We'll start producing those documents next week. Budget Committee has their first meeting on the 17th. At that meeting, I hope to introduce the letter to them regarding the over-expenditure, if needed, regarding school care. As I mentioned, Fire Department has secured their transport license for ambulance services, and they're in process of reviewing bids for billing services. We're continuing to work through, had another meeting regarding impact negotiations for Fire Department taking over ambulance services. Couple of items just to button up. Jim Aponis, the foreman for Parks and Rec Maintenance, is retiring. And Bill Scott, our planner, has resigned effective November 17th. That's all I have.
Okay, committee reports. Ron?
So I've been meeting with Bill Scott along with Paul on a few Tuesday mornings to discuss future planning. It's unfortunate that Bill is taking a different path. I was really trying to understand what he was trying to do. He's exceptionally smart. He sees the deficiencies in our town ordinances. And he was really taken back by, he wanted to do the right thing for our town, but he didn't want to have people tavis him, create a report on him if they didn't like what he had to say, because there were some things that were some problems. So he didn't want to be tavised. That means that there was a report on Tavis that was made, and that report was how Tavis was let go. And Bill didn't want to risk his reputation in the future for somebody that didn't like the way he made a determination, because that's really what the ordinances were coming down to, different determinations. It wasn't clear cut. The wording wasn't something that he could stand up in court and say, this is definitive, this is cut and dry. It doesn't matter if it's me or if it's the next guy. This is what the wording says. So he chose to take a path, and we're not in a good spot right now, as far as I'm concerned. I wish Bill well. I know he'll find his future very enjoyable. Unfortunately, the town is going to have to struggle a little bit. I met with residents of Sergeant's Pond Road to discuss and listen to their concerns about public traffic on a private road to the Bill Ray Conservation Land, and to discuss how the residents in the town could come together. There's a parcel of land down there that the town took as a deed, and during certain times of the year, the road isn't good, and the town has a parcel that they have down there, and the town has not been able to contribute to the funding level of maintenance on the road with residents, and that bothers them. So there was some letters of attorneys that went back and forth. I met with Jim to get a little briefing on what the discussion was, and then I met with the residents to listen to their concerns, and so that's ongoing. They're a good group of people. They want the right thing for our town. They want people to be able to enjoy Sergeant's Pond, but they don't want to be the one to pay the bill for people to get there during the mud season and then destroy their road, and then for them to have to pay for it. I went to many budget meetings. We've had many meetings till late at night. And I can tell you, that's probably one of the reasons why we haven't been on the parking lot discussion or the crosswalk discussion, because look what time it is right now. Had the meeting with with council, with the rest of the board, to discuss the Libby Museum and the progress there, school care, and the community center. And that's all I have.
All right, as you mentioned, we've all been to many, many budget meetings. I've also been involved in the union negotiations. And That's it for me. Linda?
Yeah, I met with the Wolfeboro Waters Mitigation and Prevention Subcommittee when we met with Shauna Saunders, Executive Director of the Lakes Region Planning Commission, to talk about ways to address impervious surfaces and maybe to look how our ordinances can dovetail into other ordinances in the area. Ms. Saunders informed the group that the Lakes Region Planning Commission had received funding to work with Wolfeboro to update its land use and zoning ordinance that protects our existing drinking water source, Upper Beach Pond. The Lakes Region Conservation Trust will work with Wolfeboro to create a low-impact design, or LID, ordinance for that watershed. I also met with the Russ Pond Association, Steve Randall and Nancy Spaulding regarding the state drainage work on Route 28 below Crossroads to Abenaki Estates. This is the second time we've met on this project, trying to get it to move forward. Each time it looks promising, but it seems like we're still going to have to keep in close contact with DOT and Nancy and to see if we can really make this happen. This was the first project on the Wolfeboro watershed maintenance plan, and that's why we're pushing forward. As with everybody else, many meetings on budgets, many meetings, and at home trying to work out and calculate what is the best way for us to make the cuts that I felt was needed, because I really would like to see the 2026 budget pass. That's all I had.
Well, I hope we practice something that we practiced when I was early on as a select board member. We debate, we decide, and we go forward. I give Jim a lot of credit for putting up with a bunch of thought leadership from many of us. I give him credit because he thought deeply. I give him credit because the lights were on at night. And I give my colleagues that I interacted with credit. Now it's time to just get the budget focused in front of the public and get them to understand what we're trying to deal with. So I've spent a whole bunch of time on budget myself. Planning board. Things are moving along with the planning board. There have been a couple of items in there, but nothing terribly controversial. Brian, thank you for letting us know about the school care, the Jeb issue. Again, Jeb Bradley, quality guy, quality individual, constituent service, perfect. Dave and I and Jim have been behind closed doors with the members of the bargaining unit, specifically around the ambulance business. We're getting closer. We got to get closer because we got to get that stuff out and potentially out in front of the public. I don't know what the rules are, but we're getting closer on that. And my only comment, and as John has mentioned, I kind of made it my business to spend every Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock with Bill Scott. He's only been here a very, very short period of time. His impact is profound. We will miss him, and I wish him nothing but the best. Thank you.
So, as everybody, I had lots of budget meetings, and we had our work session, and I've been doing a lot. I dove in quick, Paul and I, on the subcommittee of school care, and have spent a lot of hours trying to figure out what we have for options and which direction we should go. I've had multiple meetings with multiple citizens and lots of emails with citizens on the budget and the budget process. And I think we need to explain it more in lay terms to the general public. I've been thinking lately, and I know we were talking at one time about having a facilities manager. I'm thinking going forward sometime we should have a communications director in the town. We should have somebody that touches all the department heads, gets the information, manages our website, does social media posts for us, and gets the information out to the public in a layperson term, so that it is easily understandable. And that person could also be a point person to accept phone calls for questions that they can ask and then push the questions they can ask onto department heads. I know it would mean, it would mean putting a full-time person as a staff person on the town, but we've been hearing over and over again for years now that communication is an issue, communication is an issue, communication is an issue. I think it's something that we should look at going forward. I've had talks with Jordy and the people that are working on the community center, and I'm very happy, and I think that that project is moving along very nicely. John, for the people over in Sergeant Ponds Road, an option potentially could be an emergency lane. An emergency lane is when there is a landlocked piece of town property that's used by the general public and goes down a private roadway. It sometimes falls on the town to assist the citizens on a private roadway with the plowing and general maintenance of the road. It's done on 117 roads in Moulton Borough. It's done with 30 roads in Tufton Borough. And I feel their pain because we have private roads, but we have the Sewerwood access area, and we get lots of traffic and lots of cut-through on our roads because everybody thinks we're public roads. So we pay for the maintenance and the repairs and all the costs while our private roads are used by the general public. And we have to watch out for our children on bikes and kids running around because some people don't expect a car to come through at 45 miles an hour at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon.
Thank you. Any questions from the press? Stay on.
No, they are not.
Next is public input. Does anybody want to talk to us at this hour?
First of all, thank you all for your dedication to the... sorry, Charlene Seibel. Oh, my God. I should put a Post-it note on my forehead to, no, that wouldn't work because I wouldn't see it. Yeah, I'd have to put it here. Charlene Seibel, thank you all for your dedication to the town of Wolfeboro and your hard work. Everybody's tired, it's late, but I'm going to quickly ask, and I'll just cut to the chase. My spidey senses are telling me that there was no engineering study done before the work on Stoddard Road. My spidey senses are also telling me that there has to date been no effort to do any kind of engineering study on how best to pave Beach Pond Road and Trask Mountain Road to the standards, the best practices that would be required to actually make a paved road less harmful to our water supplies. So those are my spidey senses. And so my question is, do you know if Mr. Randall is planning on doing an engineering study for these important and complicated changes to these two roads? And if not, I would strongly urge that to take place, because if you remember what I was talking about and the kinds of things that are required, the catch basins, the blasting of ledge, creating a stronger base so that the roads can handle heavy truck usage. So that being said, I have no idea what that study would cost. I'm concerned at the late date that probably hasn't happened. And so I'm guessing, I have no idea how much engineering studies cost. I'm just going to ballpark. I mean, would $25,000 be kind of a reasonable, in your experience, for an engineering study of two roads? Or would it be more like, I mean, we don't know. So maybe $25,000 per road? I'm guesstimating And so if you just take what Mr. Randall has guesstimated at 80,000 for Trask Mountain Road, and you add to that, if we assume perhaps a 25,000 cost for the engineering study, and obviously with RFPs, you're going to have to go out to bid and all that fun stuff, and that takes time. That would be $105,000 right there, just for one road. And since I just submitted my 91A today, I know it's going to take Mr. Randall some time to give me the breakdown and the information about what's included in his proposed $80,000. But it seems to me, listening to all the talk about various funds that are needed by other entities, for example, the Libby Museum, or even just lowering the budget. If you took out at least Trask Mountain Road, there's at least 125,000 right there, or 105,000, and probably more when you look at all the things that are going to be required. It's not going to be just a straight, slap down a top coat. It's going to be a lot more involved than that. And so it just seems to me that when the budget committee is looking at these various items, they might consider, instead of doing this paving, which I think maybe a handful of people might want as opposed to the rest of the historic neighborhood, I think you could use some of that money to help mitigate some of the issues that are taking place at the Libby Museum. So it's just something to consider at the BudCom level. And thank you for your time, and safe travels home.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Anybody else want to?
Well, Suzanne Ryan, I've been fussing with this, trying to hear and read, and new gadget here. So I didn't catch the whole of your motion about the descension of the collection. Can you give me a written copy of that?
Yeah, of course.
And in that motion, did you make a motion to, as a board, accept the new policy?
I said using that policy as a guideline.
You said what?
Using the policy as a guideline. We have not accepted it yet. I pulled out the section for deaccession, and we're using it as a guideline.
So you still don't have a policy?
You can say
voted
that.
on a policy.
I'll send you the motion, Suzanne.
But you have not made a formal vote of the board.
That's true.
To adopt.
You're correct.
policy. Okay.
You're correct. The motion, I think, still stands because the section
Yeah.
of the policy which talks about deaccession is also part of the motion. I'll send it to you, and you can take a look
Okay,
at it.
but I haven't heard a formal vote of the
Right.
board. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Let me send it to your Gmail account? Is that okay if I do that, folks? Just send it?
Sure.
Okay, okay, I'll do that
Public
right now.
document.
Okay. You.
I'm Karen. I'm Karen Burnett-Curie. I remembered to name that first. All right. First, I wanted to appreciate a couple of things. I can appreciate the comment that was made by John, I think it was, about appropriate language being used. I got involved in that during a campaign, running a campaign, and some of the things that were said inappropriately. And I get into it a lot online. And I think that my way of addressing it is that I've been doing a how to communicate civilly campaign. The irony of it is that one of the major pieces I've been using have been yard signs, and they keep getting stolen. So there's something about how do you get people to communicate nicely by stealing your signs. So anyways, there's an irony there, but I can appreciate the problem. I also really appreciate the work being done on the healthcare and the insurance problem, because that's a major issue that a lot of people were dealing with. And if if you talk to anybody in your travels on that issue that have anything to do with Medicare Advantage plans, Carroll County is now the only county in New Hampshire that doesn't offer any options. So we've gone from having 20 options a couple of years ago to having 0 options in this county. And we're singled out. New Hampshire has them all over the other counties, but we don't have any anymore. So I don't know how the assessments were distributed amongst all of the counties that are involved in using school care, but I have to say we're being singled out when it comes to Medicare Advantage plans. I would also say that I was totally shocked by a motion to give back the collection. I didn't, and I have had some conversations and been here for some meetings that have touched upon the Libby, and I never heard that being mentioned as being something that was going to happen. And I am equally distressed at the fact that that is not something that we as a public were more aware of before a motion was taken and voted on, that we should give something that is ours back, particularly things that were given between his death in the 30s and the 50s. I assume that's what we're talking about, who I don't know who you give them back to, but it was a shock to me. And I want to reinforce the idea of communication. I think that's really critical. That's not a surprise to all of you from me, but I do think we need to come up with many more ways of communicating. And so my last point would be that at the last budget meeting that I went to, there were references made to calculations that were done, excuse me, in the term de minimis was used, and I think that we should be as careful as we consider language that we consider to be obscene language. I think we should also consider how using a term like that reflects upon the other committee you're referring to. So if I were sitting on a committee and was being told that what is produced by my committee is de minimis, I would be offended. So I think it's really careful to consider what we say to each other that may reflect on the other parties in a kind of negative fashion. But thank you.
Okay, anybody else? I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.